If you enjoy the video, make sure you like, share, comment, and subscribe. Warning, the following contains material that may be too disturbing to some people. Descriptions of violence, mature situations, and adult themes. This is intended for mature audiences. Viewer discretion is advised. Hey, there he is.
Yo. Sorry. Late, as usual.
No, you're good. You're good with it. You're right on time, I think. We're still running intro music. Well, we aren't anymore. Now we're talking. Hey, guys. How's it going?
Talking.
Going okay.
I have a new
Great.
mic.
Oh, nice.
Do what? What'd you
Yeah.
say? What'd you say, Ellen?
I have a new mic.
Oh, right on. You sound good. Cool. Good stuff.
Yeah.
I was dumb and tried to lift something heavy, and now my back hurts.
Oh, dang.
That's bad.
You're way too young. You're way too young to have those problems, man.
Did
I
you lift
realized
from
You're
your
not too
knees?
young for anything if you're stupid.
Yeah, this is
Did
late
you
to the
lift
party,
from
but
your knees or from your back?
You're supposed to lift with your legs.
I don't even remember.
Yeah.
It didn't hurt then, but I remember thinking this is a bad idea halfway through.
And then you kept going with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one
Well,
does.
he was already halfway through, so why not?
I was already committed to doing it. So I had to finish.
Okay. So, besides injuring our backs and getting new mics, anybody else got any cool stories from this week?
Not much. We're gonna head to Pittsburgh on Wednesday, so we're preparing for a wedding.
Right on. That sounds fun. Cool.
I just got a new job.
Okay.
I
Congrats.
had a job interview on Thursday.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Wait, you have a job interview? Aren't you too young?
I'm 17.
Yeah, Wolf.
Good luck.
That's old
Yeah.
enough. I was working younger than 17. I was like 16, I think, when I got my first job.
Yeah.
I can't remember if it's 15 or 16 is when you can.
I don't remember either.
I know in Virginia it's 15 and a half.
All I remember is I
Yeah, it depends
hated
on the
it.
state.
That's crazy to think about, huh? We have been doing this.
I forgot that people age.
Yeah, we have been doing this going on 2 years
Figured he
now.
was still 15, you know?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Tim was 15.
That's why it sounded so weird to me. I'm like, wait, what? Fine, it's fine.
All right. So, first of all, I want to give props to you guys for last session. You guys all did amazing. But I especially want to give out props to Odayn for almost dying like so many times. And even while he was almost dying, taking a swipe at the monster while it was headed towards someone else. I know I turned the monster around and I was like, no, now I'm going to attack you instead of them. I know that seemed like a punishment, but really that was love. That's just the way I show affection. Because that was all super well in character, super brave and careless, and like it paid off. It paid off big time.
Yes. I mean, otherwise, if he didn't stop it from going that way, Vash would have getting fired, I suppose.
Yeah, might have
Yeah,
killed him.
I would have been dead. Pretty sure.
But I
I
left
still
you with-
almost ended up dead. We're not going to talk about the explosion.
I was like,
I love how everyone just stood in it.
yeah, I was like, so you guys aren't gonna run or anything?
Well, I tried rolling to
metagame.
see if Orilyn might think of like, hey, why is it beeping? Why is it making noise if it's dead? But things were going so fast that
Yeah, I mean, to be fair,
Yeah, I tried
your
twice.
characters wouldn't know like what a ticking clock sounds like with a bomb. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So
I think
totally,
Marin would be the only one that might have been able to figure it out.
or maybe
Yeah.
Soul because he's
Yeah,
also
Soul probably because
a
he's a
construct.
machine.
Yeah.
you know,
Oh, hey, it's like that one time I almost self-destructed. I know how that works.
Don't reveal the button for that.
I thought about that with Marin. I was like, man, I wonder what it would be like to see Marin come across these things and like study the technology.
He would probably get himself killed because he'd be too interested in it.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll see someday. But for now, Marin's somewhere else doing something. All right. So yeah, you guys did awesome last session with the Copper Herald of Flesh. While Nirnām was tied up with some other guy. Anybody else want to mention stuff that happened last session?
Claes still has 10 minutes of bardic inspiration unless more than 10 minutes has passed since
Ooh,
the
I can get over a
explosion.
40 on sleight of hand now.
Oh, really? So I had
With Bardic.
here in my notes, spawn another encounter on top of the party unless they have bardic inspiration. So
Dodged a bullet there.
Oh yeah.
Don't let that stop you.
no, I'm not gonna do that. Okay. So you got your bardic inspiration. Some of you are almost dead.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there is that. Yeah.
There is that. So I guess we'll pick back up with we fade in. We have the whole fight scene go down. And we fade back in on the image of like a white bamboo rice hat sitting in the dirt, and it's got like dirt it's all dirty, right? It's white, so it's got like a bunch of dust smeared on it, and it's like dirt kicked on it, and mud stains around where the brim's touching the dirt. And it's probably starts out of focus, and then like the image slowly comes into focus, and we see like legs stomping by in the background, and then we see like someone like step on the hat and then step over like a barefoot, step on the hat and then step over. And then the camera like pans to the side, and we see like Nirnām just like laying there on the ground. And we see his eyes like flitter open. And he's like really pale. He looks like a mess. He looks like he just got hit by a truck or fell off a building or something. Because he did. And he gasps and he like starts to breathe, and he clutches at his side and kind of like grunts in pain. And we see him like lean up, and he grabs the hat, kind of like a Indiana Jones style, like puts it on his head, and struggles to his feet. As he's like on one knee, we see like a person, just a random passerby in the crowd, start to like approach him to like help him. And then they get a closer look at his robes, and then we see their eyes go wide, and they just keep walking. Maybe they give him a wide berth. And he just kind of grunts. He doesn't really look at them, and he starts to get himself to his feet, and we see him like limping away. And we probably just cut to the outside of the inn as he like almost collapses at the door. Maybe like a smear of blood as he like braces himself at the frame, and then makes his way inside. Then we cut to you guys who are just done with your battle let's see here. Okay. So you guys have just killed the creature. Some of you are pretty wounded. As far as people in the area here, they've mostly cleared out. Like everyone was running away from this area specifically. So maybe you'd see people watching from their windows. A lot of the like near where the explosion was, like a lot of the buildings nearby suffered a little bit of structure damage. Some might have had some shingles blown off, or some like shutters blown open and destroyed from the shockwave of the blast. Dirt kicked up all over everything. And it's also raining, so there is that. Yeah, we just fade right back in where we left off. What do you guys want to do?
Claes is still kind of in shock, standing over the dead pieces of the body, I guess.
Uh-huh.
So the big thing that was there, it's gone, and there's like a crater there now, right?
Yeah, basically, there's parts everywhere. Now, Seraphina grabbed a pretty significant portion of it, like one of its claws.
Claws, yeah.
Which I said would make I believe I said would make a really badass greatsword. But as far as like, there's no body left after that thing exploded. You could probably like gather up all the copper pieces and maybe like scrap them. If you got them all, like it's a lot of copper, it could be worth something.
Are there any villagers moving around, or like once the threat has disappeared, have people like started coming out to see what was happening, or what's? Is it
Yeah,
just
I mean,
us?
if you
I think
guys
it's been
just
like a minute.
yeah, if you guys are gonna stand around out here for a minute or two, then yeah, people are gonna start to realize that it's quieted down, and they're gonna start coming out and checking things out.
I think Odayn's gonna go to the bodies that he sees and just checking to see if they're still alive. Maybe there's anyone he can help out.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Orilyn will crawl down from the building she's on and do the same.
We'll just head in the circle or that hole.
All right. Let me see. Make sure I didn't leave. This guy's not supposed to be here. I think that's one of the guys that ran off. So I'll just get rid of him. Yeah, there's a lot of corpses. Some of them are just skeletons that were burned completely by the acid, right? Yeah, I don't think any of these people can be helped unless you know, like, a way to resurrect them.
True resurrection.
I guess.
Can we? Go ahead.
I guess what he'll start doing is he'll start like moving the bodies to, I guess, like a pile, so that we can start doing like some sort of funeral rite for them.
Mm-hmm.
I think you forgot to apply damage to Abishai.
Oh, did I?
It seems like he would be close enough to be hit.
Yeah, for sure. Everyone should have gotten hit.
Because he's still at full health, so I assume.
Yeah, I mean, unless he healed, I don't remember. Let me see if I can see what the damage up. There's Tim's Rickroll macro.
Right, I just did that too. I don't remember if he actually rolled a save or anything. I think he just got kind of forgotten.
I think I rolled from Alora. See that roll and Ishu.
I see
Yeah,
the issue.
I don't see it for him. The damage was 43 though. So let me pull up his sheet. And where is he? There you go. Now, while I'm doing this, what level are you guys?
10.
9.
Mm.
Everyone's 10 except for Tim
Yeah.
Yeah.
Issue.
Yeah.
and Ishu and Avachai and Melora are still
Yeah.
9. Okay. Okay. That's good. That's good news.
Tim, does that
Really?
make you feel like you're just one of the NPCs?
I mean, it's
The
okay
sidekick.
being an NPC. The NPCs survive longer usually.
Everybody cares about the NPCs.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, like, I intentionally build them to not be min-maxed like all you guys are, so they're actually not stronger, probably. I mean, Melora is a god, so a little bit different. But she just doesn't know how to use any of her shit, so. Alright, Avachai. That is a failure. So you will take
Well, that's one NPC out of the way.
43 damage. He has more than 43 health.
Okay.
He's not Claes.
Hey, I have 42 left. I'm almost there.
Oh, you're very close to max health, by the way.
Yeah.
All right.
I do want to note that I took 0 damage from the explosion, so
Yeah, because your evasion thing.
yeah.
I mean, wizards.
All right. All right. So Avachai's taken his damage. Yeah. I mean, you guys are building a corpse pile. It looks like. So let me help you with that. We'll just move some of these corpses over here. Did I miss any corpses? There's a couple of corpses right here. Right here. We got some skeletons over here I didn't see. Is there any other skeletons? I can't see that well. You got to zoom in. No, I don't think that's all of them. All right.
Damn it. Ishu, are you alright?
I think so. What was that thing?
Pain in the ass is what it was.
Why did it explode like that? I didn't shoot it with anything. The wagon's like all blown apart now.
Did any of these... Well, I guess I'll have to go and look around. But I assume this little brain creature is just blown away.
I don't remember how that one got killed, but there might be some remains with some of them.
If I can find one that's
The
mostly
one,
intact.
the one that is
Of the
behind
slush.
that got killed by Orilyn. And this one definitely got killed by Orilyn. So those ones are both blown to bits.
What about this one? Does anyone remember how this one died?
I think Seraphina got it.
Yeah, that would have been exploded by the giant.
No, it was
explosion.
by that thing that Vash did with his storm.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Oh, right.
like a thing in the middle.
But it was
Okay.
pretty close to the explosion. Would it be semi-intact?
I mean, sure. For the purposes of like whatever you want to do, weird thing you want to do with the body.
I collected a chest full of hearts. This is just
Yeah.
a Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm sure this will end fine. All right. So yeah, we'll say there's enough of it left. What do you want to do with it?
I'll send the wildfire spirit over to retrieve it. If I see it laying over there,
I mean, I think
just
it's,
to bring it back to me and like hold it.
yeah, I think it's fair to say you see it over there.
I resummoned it after the explosion.
By the way, oh, okay, we've already set it up for. I want to give your wildfire. Whoop. Whoops. Okay, let me turn off numlock. So I want to give your wildfire spirit proper torch light, which is 2020, right?
I believe so. Sounds right.
I just want to like go ahead and get that out of the way so we never have to have a question about it. It's torchlight. Your wildfire spirit has proper torchlight. I think you're the only one in the party that doesn't have dark vision. So
I don't.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
All right. Well, never mind. It's still torchlight though, but you know,
Okay.
we'll just have to figure something else out for Claes later. I mean, or you can just think, consider that on the next character.
Okay.
Let's see here. So, a wizard without dark vision.
No, I'm a druid.
no.
Paladin
that was
druid.
taken. Get out of here.
I also have this cool ability that summons this bird, but it's on fire.
God damn it.
That's how I get my light.
All right. So what are you guys doing? I know you're doing a thing with the intellect devourer.
Claes is gonna try to slip off back towards the inn and also try to see if people are okay. In other places in the town, and just kind of wander around a little before he goes back.
Yeah, I mean, eventually people start coming out of the buildings. Okay. Yeah, you disappear into the shadow. No problem. And yeah, maybe you clear out before anyone gets a real good look at you. I think mostly, where is oh, there's Seraphina. I think mostly people are drawn immediately to Seraphina, maybe Orilyn, just because she looks so different. But yeah, people start eventually coming back out into the streets once they realize it's safe, and they probably start cheering you guys.
I think once Odayn finishes like his pile of corpses, he's going to try looking for a guard to see if they can help him with taking care of them.
Yeah.
Maybe they're the guard that comes out after people start coming out.
So the guards don't really come out. But you do definitely recognize some of the devils who come out. And
How do I recognize the devils? I think the only interaction with the devils were the ones that we killed.
well, they wear colors, like they have a certain look. Like you guys have spotted them watching you around town from time to time.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, Orilyn has too. Spotted them.
Yeah. And maybe also talk to one of them that wasn't in uniform at the time. But that's another story.
Oh, is that the one that Seraphina kissed?
Yeah, maybe.
Just a devil.
I kind of figured out what was going on.
We're just talking about the devils who are coming out to help clean up the mess, and how Seraphina may or may not have planted one on one of them, not realizing who he was. But yeah, I mean they do eventually make their way out. I don't really have any like tokens prepared for them, but they what is this?
I'm casting that. And so everyone will start to heal 1 HP per 6 seconds for the next 10 minutes. Everyone within 30 feet.
Okay. So are you guys gonna hang out here for a few minutes?
Seraphina will thaumaturgy and she'll make her voice loud. She'll say, "Drinks at the rest in peace on me."
Oh
No.
shit.
Oh no.
Yeah. So there's like
Seraphina needs to learn how business works, I think.
Orilyn face palms.
make a performance check with advantage. Just using thaumaturgy.
Performance.
Yeah. I'm just curious.
All right.
Okay, all right. So, yeah. So basically, the crowd starts pushing their way out of the buildings as people are trying to get a look at what's happened. And there's people coming out into the streets. They're cheering for you guys. Oh, look, Chan-Chi killed the monster or whatever. And Seraphina yells this, and everyone gets quiet, like when you do the thaumaturgy thing, and then a bunch of people just start yelling and cheering, and there's like people are clapping each other on the back, and they're super excited to get their drinks paid for by the Janchi. Congratulations, you're gonna have to pay for a lot of drinks.
That's the drink that I made.
It's gonna be the dirt drink.
Hopefully they enjoy it.
They won't be drinking as much as they think they will.
Well, at least they won't have to pay for it. Right.
Right.
I don't know. The other guy got it for free too, and he still wasn't impressed.
Yeah,
all of
true.
the samples were free.
Okay.
Can I gather up Ishu and Melora in my wake and head towards the rest of the party so I can get them within range?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you guys can all kind of scoot towards each other, move around as you like.
This is what he wants.
I guess of those of you guys who stick around within, what's the range on the spell, Vash? 30 feet?
Yeah.
I think it's, I mean, the only one I haven't questioned about is Claes, if he sticks around even in the shadows.
No,
long.
he's trying to not be. He doesn't really feel the need to bask in the glory of something that he kind of just tried to shoo people away from.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Well, if you guys are gonna hang out here for a few minutes, you can go ahead and fill all your HP, I guess, because it does keep going until you're full, basically, for several minutes.
For 10 minutes, yeah.
Can I make another sleight of hand check to kind of do the same slip money into people's pockets thing?
Yeah, sure.
Interesting.
Okay.
Dang, even for a 5.
And I'll just do 100 copper and 100 silver split out between a crowd.
I
Where'd all
mean,
your money?
just in
crap.
case, I'm gonna give him 2 rolls just for like 2 people. Okay, they didn't roll a 20, so one got close, but nobody notices. There's one guy who as you walk by, he pats himself, but then he feels something in the pocket, so he doesn't even think about it. It's like, okay, well, he didn't take anything. There's something still in there. So he doesn't check to see if you gave him anything. But yeah, you pull it off.
And then he'll go back towards the inn and then try to be changed fully into his performer's clothes before they're back, because I think he would have probably had half performer costume, half normal clothes during the fight.
Okay. All right. So you get back to the inn, and when you come through the door, there's this weird blood stain on the door, and the outside of the door in the shape of a handprint. Assuming you just walk in. Some of the crowd from before is still there. There's still a couple dwarves, a couple orcs. Maybe there's even 1 or 2 other people. And Nirnām is basically laid up on a table, just bleeding. And Aang is trying to do something about it, but he doesn't really know what to do. And Nirnām's trying to stay conscious, but he's having a rough time.
I'll go up to Nirnām and I'll give him. I don't know what the doses would be in, if it would be something you would snort or what, but I'll give him a dose of Dream Lily and say, here, this will help with the pain a bit.
All right. And what does Dream of Lily do exactly?
Here, let me link
It's
it
like a
again.
painkiller.
It's basically just oxy.
Right.
He's just going around poisoning people.
Is it
Yeah,
Saying it's
poisons them for an
beneficial.
hour.
is it magic?
Here, let me
I think
link
it's
it.
just an herb.
It's just it's an herb.
Oh, let me take.
So you're poisoned for an hour, but you're immune to fear, and the first time you drop to 0 without being killed outright, you drop to 1 instead.
Ooh. Yeah, he takes it. However, however you would ingest it. I think he he can't really like sit all the way up. He's got one hand on his side, but he's got like a half rolled, or he's like started to roll cigarette sitting on the table, and so he just grabs some of it, like a pinch of it, and he puts it like in the cigarette, and then grabs it with one hand, and while he's holding his side and like finishes rolling it, puts it in his mouth, and then touches a finger to it, and it just ignites.
And then Claes will nod to him and then say, "Hope that helps a bit." And then he'll wander upstairs to finish changing again.
Yeah, so he just like grunts in response. And Aang is like, I don't know how to do bandages. I'm not a doctor. I'm an innkeeper. And that's like the tail end of the conversation you walk out on. Vash, that would be square.
Does the mother know how to bandage? I mean, she has children.
This is a pretty
Probably
serious.
product gut. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like scrape knees, shallow cuts.
Yeah, that's true.
Sure, maybe even like stitches. You know.
Oh, did you get a boo-boo and your entire stomach is missing?
Gosh.
Yeah, but what he's got going on is pretty bad. And I think as Claes is walking away, maybe in the background, we see him grunt in pain and grab his side really hard. And like
Vash knew about this.
contort a bit. Yeah, Vash doesn't like come pouring out of his stomach or anything.
Six strap, let's go.
Yeah, the gold guy activated your Saint Stride ability. But yeah, then we fade back to as Claes is getting dressed. What the rest of you guys are doing out here?
Do I see any moderately sized pieces of debris from the creature still?
Roll a d20 and roll higher than 15.
Perception or just a d20?
Just a d20, just to see just how lucky. Anything that could be salvaged. Oh, 15
Nice.
exactly. There is.
Well, you said higher.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give it to you. There is one fairly large chunk that is left.
Okay, I'm gonna take it to study it.
Okay.
So do I just put like chunk of bronze or?
Yeah, actually, roll me a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Roll me a d6.
3.
Okay, it's part of a leg. It's part of like one of its standing legs, and it's got this weird, like the front of it's copper, but the back of it is like this sort of crystal material that seems to match what was on the wings. Now the wings were blown apart and destroyed. I mean, it's like glass near an explosion. But this was sort of like shielded from the copper that's sort of around it. Yeah, I mean, it just looks strange, like a strange kind of sort of whitish crystal.
Oh, it was copper, wasn't it? I said bronze. Oops.
Do what?
It's copper, right? Not bronze.
Correct.
Yeah, I got that mixed up. Cool.
But I mean, you could you could salvage it. It could make a lot of copper coins. It's a pretty sizable piece. At the very least, the crystal might even be worth more. Who knows?
Vash just wants to figure if he can figure anything out about this creature.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to take some time to study it, like over an amount of time?
Not here.
Okay.
Like probably tonight in his room or something.
Okay.
Overnight or a few nights.
Sure. Okay.
What's everyone else doing?
Yeah. What are the rest of you guys doing out here?
The guy that I killed, did it look like Orilyn?
The thing that was in the suit?
Yeah.
No.
No.
This looked like a high elf, like not an Eladrin, but like an elf.
Okay.
Like
I haven't seen enough.
they
I
look
guess.
related. They look like they could be related. She's like totally different skin pigment and hair color, but they both have Fey-like features. Maybe this guy's was slightly more exaggerated, but also he turned into this horrific tentacle-faced monstrosity.
Oh, that's true. It did turn into that.
And he was bleeding
That
like
actually-
black goo.
That reminds me that Orilyn was gonna ask Seraphina, so what was in there?
Well, there was something that looked like you, but I don't know. It turned into a different form. It had tentacles or beards or hair.
Seraphina, make an intelligence check.
Something I'm not good at.
I know.
Didn't Orilyn
not
see
in-
stuff
not
like
with
that in the
13.
Feywilds with the brain things?
Do what?
Didn't Orilyn see stuff like that in the Feywilds with the walking brains as well?
You saw the tentacle things, yeah. Tentacle face
Yeah.
guys. Mind flayers, yeah. So Seraphina, it actually kind of looked a bit like you.
What?
Yeah, I mean, definitely you don't have like the really prominent Fey-like features, but before it turned into the tentacle thing, like it wasn't just like an elf or a guy. It was like a strikingly good-looking one. Like
I see.
perfect physical features. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's not like it was the same thing as you or anything, but it kind of you kind of get a similar vibe,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
You've been hiding tentacles from us, Orilyn.
I think it's something to do with the people who attacked my home.
And they looked like you.
Well, you said it looked like something like me and then something else?
Yes, it also looked like me. In a way. It was a beautiful creature. Not to be vain, but it was really beautiful.
You, Vane? Never.
Well,
I mean, a combo
exploded.
of something that's a combo of what Orilyn looks like and what Seraphina looks like must be pretty, really pretty.
Yeah.
Oh. It looks like a whole bunch of people was going to the inn, thanks to Seraphina.
So that saves the Dunce Bears routine.
Can I peer down into the pit?
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that hole.
Okay.
Careful.
You
Yeah.
peer down into the pit. So it's a perfectly like semi-circle pit. Like it's half a globe. It's like someone set a half like a sphere in the ground and it like pushed the sand down exactly halfway. There's nothing at the bottom. It's just all this the sand and then the dirt from the area has been turned black. It's not been burned. It's just this weird like really dry fine powder It's still like it's been chemically altered somehow. Is the best way I can explain it. Or but it's not like been burned. You don't smell like burnt earth or anything like that. There's no opening at the bottom either. It's just a perfectly spherical pit of black dirt, basically, really finely ground powdered black dirt. It looks like the pits you guys saw previously.
Okay.
I'm gonna give the bird a empty vial and have it try and scoop some of this powder into the vial for testing.
Okay. You give it to the bird. The bird's able to do this.
Probably takes some effort and time. It's not very good with, it doesn't have hands.
What's your passive perception?
19.
19?
Yep.
It's gone up. Okay.
Yeah, I increased my wisdom.
Right on. Okay, so you do notice as the bird's starting to go down and like starting to take off to head down there to collect sample. There's a couple like maybe they start wriggling their way out of the dirt. These little beetles. They're like these little perfectly crafted jewels. They are made of they're like a copper color. And like I think as the bird starts to head down and you see a couple of them poke out, they're just tiny little bug-sized beetles. And they like push their way out of the dirt and they kind of flick their wings a couple times. Yeah, they're gonna start to
Bird to try and catch one.
You wanna try to catch one?
Bird, yeah.
Alright. What would be a good check for the bird to make? Does he have like a melee?
He doesn't have a melee. No.
Does he
I don't
have
know why.
We could always use like an athletics or strength or dex, I suppose. Any of those things would be fine. Okay.
It's not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So here's the thing I want to know. Does the bird touch it? Or does
to catch it would have to?
Or does it like scoop it up in the thing?
In the bottle? I already said I wanted to put the sand in the bottle. Although they were in the sand, right? Would a beetle fit in with what he's collected?
Yeah, definitely.
Sure, I'll try and put it in the bottle then.
Yeah, okay. So you can like scoop up a bit of this dirt and the beetle in this it's just like a glass bottle, right?
Yeah, it's just a potion bottle.
Yeah, okay. Bird brings it back to you. You take a look at it. I guess
Stop it.
Yeah. The one thing looking at it is the beetle, it keeps trying to make its way up. It's trying to climb the edges of the bottle, but it can't get like a grip on the glass.
And it's a copper beetle, you said?
It's made out of like metal. Yeah, it looks like it looks like a construct, like it was crafted, but it's like perfectly made. You can't see seams. You can't see like any moving mechanical parts. There's no gears or anything like that. There might be like a slight like little light where its eyes would be, and like a humming noise as it flicks its wings, and it's like it keeps falling down, so it's like probably like bonking off the glass. So there might be like a slight tinking sound, and it's just like kicking around, trying in vain to crawl up the side. It can't get purchase on the glass.
So I caught one. How many did I see? Like a ton of them, or was it like two that were trying to get away?
There's just like 2 or 3. You could definitely easily just blast the rest of them if you want.
I was gonna say, could I Sacred Flame the others and just try to destroy them?
Yeah.
Orilyn would also try to destroy some of them as well.
Yeah, why don't anybody who wants to try to destroy them go ahead and like make a attack roll.
Do they see them, or do I have to point it out?
What's your passive, Orilyn?
14.
Yeah, you'd have to point it out.
I'll point it out when I destroy the first. Well, when I try to destroy the first one.
Okay. All right.
When a blast of flame appears in the air.
Yeah. So Sacred Flame?
It's a deck save.
Yeah.
And it's not the extra 4.
What are you guys trying to hit?
See those little beetles? Don't let them get away.
You miss.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't even think you were going to miss, but yeah, you did. He saves.
Okay, well, Orilyn's gonna try and Eldritch Blast them, so here's one for one beetle, and one for another beetle.
It's a hit and a miss. So you blow up
Oof.
one of them. It dies. It has an insignificant amount of HP. Yeah, so
Does
you hit.
Ishu try and fireball any?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Why not? Everybody else is throwing magic. Where is his sheet?
He sees Vash and Orilyn shooting stuff and is just like, hey, I want to do that.
Yeah. It's like, oh, that's a cool new fire you got. And then you just boom. Oh,
Wow.
okay.
Yeah, buddy.
Good job, Ishu.
He destroys the rest.
Oh, okay, I didn't mean to roll twice. So it'd be the 12 plus 16.
Oh my
Hey.
gosh.
He does
Plus
have
8 from the.
Yeah, potent cantrips. I think is just the one. Like he just gets the 4. Because he has like that sidekick feat. So that shouldn't.
Nice.
That should just be 4, not 4 plus 4. I think, but yeah.
Still 34 damage with the can.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, I mean, you guys destroy these things. They explode. There's a mist of like copper and stuff that goes kind of spraying out in every direction. Yeah, you kill the things.
Vash will hold up the vial and like lightly shake it and say, "What do you think of these things?"
You shake
They
the
look
vial.
similar.
Just like lightly, not hard.
Roll a d20.
All right.
I just want to see something. All right, so here's what happens when you shake the vial. The beetle inside gets a hold of the stopper at the top of the vial and like grabs onto it for a second, like it gets purchase on it. But then like you keep shaking it like slightly longer, and it's enough to like throw it off, like it loses its purchase and falls back down. And then it's like,
Do I notice this?
Yeah, you have a passive of 19. You notice.
Did it seem like it could get out?
It seemed like it was really trying. Didn't have enough time to like, if it could chew through the stopper, didn't have enough time to do it. It just had enough time to grab hold of it for a second, and then it got shook off.
I'll put my thumb on the other end of the stopper to hold it for now, but I'll figure something else out later. What do you guys think of this? What do you make of it?
Do they look similar to the ones that came out of Oberon?
Yeah, except they're copper.
Are
Pretty
they
similar.
smaller or bigger, same size?
About the same size, maybe a slightly different design, like a different bug, maybe.
Okay.
But very similar.
Something like those attacked Lord Oberon.
This little thing, really?
Well, there was a lot of them, and they started coming out of his chest after he gave me the orb.
Huh.
Do you think maybe they were here for Oberon?
I think maybe if they were, they might have come for me.
Why would they want you?
'Cause I have this.
Are you gonna show off the
No,
orb?
she just pats her bag.
Okay.
or see how she's doing.
Yeah, I was gonna say Melora. Once you reference I was gonna say she's probably like following you around, Odayn. 'Cause she's more concerned about how you're doing right now. She almost
Okay.
died.
Yeah.
But when Orilyn like pats her bag and makes reference to the orb, she definitely she starts like she looks like she's gonna say something. Maybe she even opens her mouth to start to talk and then stops.
Do I notice that she's about to say something?
Yeah, sounds like you're paying attention.
Melora, do you know what these things are?
She kind of furrows her eyebrows and she says, "Wait, what? The bugs?"
Yeah, or the thing that attacked us, the brain things, any of what's happening here. It's all sort of chaos to me.
She shrugs. She says, "Never seen anything like this."
Okay, well, neither have I. So I don't know if it's a problem we need to fix or someone else's problem. But I take a look at the giant crowd of people going to the inn. I think we should probably do something about that, don't you think?
Well,
I'm sure they'll be fine.
Didn't you promise them
I mean-
that you were gonna perform?
I didn't promise any of these people anything.
Well, I overheard you and that hoof-legged creature say something about a performance tonight.
Right.
Speaking of which, where
but-
did he go?
I don't know. But
I left him with you guys at the inn before I ran off.
Did you not see him the whole fight?
Nope.
yeah,
Orilyn is the only one who saw him, and she only saw him because the thing was attacking him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you could see.
what is his name, by the way? Because I've never really got a proper introduction.
I think it's Claes.
Oh, yes. Let's see. Orlin, you've seen him, right? What was he doing
yeah.
during the fight?
There was a brain thing attacking him, and then he climbed a building, and I don't know where he went.
Oh, so he was here.
Hopefully, he's still alive.
Did he, do anything useful?
I don't know.
Ishu goes, wait. What if it was him behind all this?
He did show up just before this happened.
He did. What if he summoned these things?
He
Looking for him?
he is a fey creature.
Need to interrogate
Maybe
a goat.
he led them.
Interrogation.
Interrogate him.
That's not appropriate.
Show's over, folks. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see y'all next week.
Into the hideout.
Say after that.
Did you see where he went, Orlin?
I guess not. I guess she didn't see where he went.
Oh,
Last
sorry, I
time
was
right
muted.
here.
She said, she said, I don't know. He disappeared after he climbed that building, and she points at this building.
He climbed the building. Okay.
Avachai says, I can locate him.
Might not be necessary. Let's go back to the end, and if he doesn't show up for his performance, we'll hunt him down.
Yeah, he just nods.
I already paid him.
Did you?
You paid for a performance?
think so. Maybe not. I don't know. I thought I did for some reason.
I don't remember if you did or not.
I know I told what's his name to pay you, the innkeeper. Or that I'd hired you anyways. I don't know if maybe we hadn't paid you yet. Probably hadn't.
I don't remember if you had or not. So
I don't think we have. So now that I think about it,
All right. So, are we going back to the end? Is that what we're doing?
is there? So there's really nothing else interesting about the hole. Just a big pile of black sand.
There's no portal at the bottom of it. There's no spaceship opening up or anything. Hey, Unread. No, there's nothing like. There's nothing say enter here or anything like that. No.
Wait, do any of the devils come talk to us while we're waiting around
Yeah,
with
I
these
mean,
bodies?
yeah, they be trying to help clean things up and probably checking on people in the crowd. Maybe even a couple of them actually like tend to people that seem like they might be injured, or just panicked, like talking to people, calming them down. Also, like, I think one or two of them make a point to like clap you guys on the back and tell you did a good job and thanks for looking out for the dirt. We need more people like you here. That kind of thing.
When they come up to us, Orilyn will point at the hole after Vash has finished doing what he wants to do with it and say, you might want to cover that up.
Oh, that giant hole, right? Yeah.
I don't know if you want people touching it. That the soil might be poisoned or something. I don't know. He just took samples.
Right. Good point. Hey, we're going to what do you guys think? We just bury it? Like just
No.
No? What do you
Yeah, let's get the guards to come and stand watch near it. It could be useful, Orlin. We bury it.
Well,
We got.
I mean, if you just cover up like a bridge, just like get some wood and.
You think someone's gonna fall into it? If they do, they deserve it.
Well, if it's poisonous, there's
What if
children.
Yeah, what
Don't-
about the children?
Plan it then. For fuck's sake.
What if a chicken runs in? Don't you
The
like
chicken's
animals?
gonna die anyways. I'm having chicken tonight.
Yeah, I don't really care about the chicken's safety, to be honest. But it is in the middle of the street. We have wagons and things that go through here.
Lord.
We got plenty of dirt. We can just fill the hole in.
I'm gonna throw a probably not a good idea.
Do you guys have any clerics?
And the devils?
Yeah.
Sure we have a few. There are
Maybe they could check on this. Maybe they could do something with it.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. What are you thinking? Like, bless it. or
Sprinkles.
something?
Yeah, sprinkle some holy water.
Yeah, that might not be a bad idea. Definitely don't want anything else coming up through here. From whatever is below.
I have a question.
Okay.
Do I think that if I cast plant growth, I can grow some type of bridge across it?
Oh,
Or is that way outside the realm of just for flavor?
Link plant growth. Let's take a look. There probably are some like old roots, and there's definitely trees nearby.
Just says
Before you do that, I run away.
Yeah,
I
I've already
remember that spell.
I've already started
I
walking
have
a
the
while
ability
out.
to-
and-
I have the ability to select where I want it to cover, and I'm just
Oh,
covering
Granting immediate
Just like-
cast spell using action. Plants. Normal plants within a 100-foot radius centered on that point become thick and overgrown.
No, you know what? Never mind. I don't want to do that. Change my mind.
Okay.
If I turn it into plants, the kids are going to come and play on it.
Right.
You could just like, don't you have like mold earth, like the stuff you use to bury Timothy?
Yeah, but it's 5 foot at a time, and it would take all fucking night.
Yeah. I mean, be honest, these guys are probably just gonna fill it in with shovels. So
God damn it. Alright. I don't want to lose all black sand. I don't know if it's useful yet.
I mean, you could always come back here and just like dig it up, right?
So annoying. Fine. I'm gonna dig it up with erupting earth.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, it'll still be there. Like,
If Vash isn't a necromancer by the end of the campaign, I'm gonna be amazed.
me too, to be honest.
Alright, I guess we'll leave it alone. Head back to the end.
Okay. So it sounds like Odayn and Melora headed off first. Well, I guess Claes headed off first. So maybe they get back a little bit sooner than the rest of you guys. So Odayn, you walk in, and you see Nirnām like laid up on one of the tables, and he's like, now he's constantly in pain. Like we the audience would recognize this as like it's getting worse. He's covered in sweat now. He's very pale, clammy, and he seems to be kind of unnerved. And he's borderline shouting at Aang. Like he's just like, "Come on, just do something." And Aang is like, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a priest. What do you want me to? This is your job. Don't you know a spell or something? Like, and they're just kind of going at it as you guys enter. What do you do?
Me and Melora will head over to him. What seems to be the problem?
I actually Aang probably talks. And he says he got wounded in some kind of fight outside. I'm not sure exactly what happened. He's got this nasty stab wound, and Nirnām goes, I can't heal the. Did you guys take care of that copper thing?
Yeah. Were you caught in the blast? There was a giant copper-looking insect. We blew it up.
Good. Did any of them get away?
The ones we saw, we killed. I don't know if there were any more.
He grunts in pain again and grasps at his side. Ugh! And he like starts to lean up and he says, he like starts to like try to catch his breath and he says, just a minute. And he like holds up a finger to you, and then he reaches his hand inside his chest, like where the wound is. Like he just reaches his hand in there, and he like grunts a bit, and he like, ugh! And there's like blood just comes gushing out.
Wait, are you sure you want to do that?
Yeah, he doesn't respond to you. He just keeps. He's like wrist deep in there now, and it looks terribly painful. Like, he's not screaming in pain, but he's clearly very very uncomfortable. He's like, composing himself, and he says, "Just come on, you little," and he pulls something out of there, and he opens up his blood-soaked hand, and there's a little golden beetle crawling around in his hand. He closes his hand. He like kind of grits his teeth, like makes he makes a look on his face like he just saw something disgusting, and he closes his hand around it, and there's like a flash of light that comes out from the parts of his fingers and like where his hand, like the inside his hand. And he opens his hand back up, and it's still there, and it's still alive. And then he swears, like he says he says a swear word in Celestial or something, and then he throws it on the ground and like breaks it, like he throws it hard, and it breaks apart, like it hits the ground, like breaks, and part of his like one of its wings is still trying to flick open. And the wings on this beetle are like beautiful. Like before he smashed it, they looked like they had two little eyes on them, almost like like a weird looking, like sort of like a monarch butterfly or something like that. But they're made of pure gold. Yeah, I mean now it's just like flickering around on the floor, like it can't go anywhere. And he,
Odayn looks at Melora. He's kind of in shock, and then he looks back at the guy and is like, "What was that?"
yeah,
Wait, but before, do you need me to heal you? And he's gonna go up to him and use healing word.
okay. Yeah, I mean, it works. It stitches back some of his wounds. The wound that he just pulled the thing out of doesn't heal all the way. Like it stitches closed, like it stops bleeding. But it's still like you know how when you like have a sore and the skin around it turns red and it's like really sensitive? Like there's like a little bit of scab. It's kind of like that. Like it doesn't heal all the way. But he seems like satisfied. He definitely seems a lot more comfortable now. And is immediately as soon as he gets the thing out of his body, he's like breathing easier, and he's like starting to collect himself. And then you heal him, and he's definitely doing a bit better. But you do notice the wound doesn't close all the way.
Did he like react to when I asked him what it was?
He says, "You got to kill it. It has to be destroyed. It's gonna cause problems for us here. It's corruption, like the flesh, but worse."
Do I have to kill it a certain way? Odayn's gonna like go to whatever moving parts are on the floor. He's gonna try to stomp on him.
Yeah. Make like a melee attack. I guess it'd be fine.
Let's roll a d20.
Yeah. I mean, you can have advantage. The thing is like not able to properly dodge you. Busted up.
Why is it taking so long to roll?
I don't know.
Oh, Roll20 did an update a few days ago, like right before the weekend, that caused a lot of lag. We were experiencing it yesterday.
That's a melee attack, Odayn?
What do I need to add for melee? I guess I'm gonna add the strength, right? So +4 plus proficiency, or
That's fine. Yeah. You hit on the first one.
okay.
I mean, any amount of damage, I think it'd be fine. You break the thing. It comes apart under your foot. And it's now just like pieces of gold flake, maybe a little bit of ivory. And it's very clearly dead.
Are there other pieces that I need to stomp on?
No, you're fine. It's no big deal. You killed the thing. And
it looks like it's dead.
yeah, when you look back to Nirnām, he's got his color back, and he's no longer sweating, and he looks perfectly normal, except for the wound. The wound, I think, actually, he just covers it up. Like he just and make what's your passive, Odayn?
Passive perception.
Yeah,
12.
make a perception check. Oh, okay. So he goes to cover the wound up, and you see a lot of scars, like all across his body, like ritualistic patterns under his clothes. So just like on his torso, maybe on the parts of his arms that he normally keeps under sleeves. Just tons of these ritualistic scars, and maybe even a few recent looking wounds that look pretty similar to the one you healed that didn't quite heal all the way. Like these other wounds seem like they haven't quite healed all the way either.
Question: does Odayn know whether like holy water has like healing properties or not? Because I still have holy water.
Let's see. Still have
Bring
holy
it
water
roll.
from way back in the beginning of the
Yeah.
campaign.
Yeah, when we did that ritual.
So holy water. Let's see. If the target is a fiend or undead, it takes radiant damage. That's basically it. It is
Okay,
still
so-
it is still considered like blessed water or what have you.
Maybe it's a disinfectant.
Yeah.
I mean, sure. Why not? It's clean. It's
Well-
sterilized.
Well, I guess I won't do anything with it because he's not exactly sure what's happening. You that doesn't look very good. Are you okay? You look better, but not amazing.
He says, he says, that's my secret. I'm always in pain. He just kind of like smirks. He says, no, I'm fine. Thank you. Did everyone else make it?
Yeah, for the most part, we're missing a new acquaintance of ours, but I'm sure he ran off somewhere.
Yeah.
Sorry, what is your name?
He just says, you can call me Nirnām.
Nirnām. Okay, well, nice to meet you. Glad you're not dying in our inn. You're gonna be okay, right? How do you know about those things, by the way? How did you get that beetle in you in the first place?
He says, look, Odayn, was it? I don't mind the conversation, to be honest. You seem like a decent man, but I'm not here to talk to you.
Oh, who are you here to talk to?
Vash. There are certain rules in place. And, well, let's just say the Saints have to be a little bit more careful now.
Odayn's like really confused. Wait, you know Vash? Is he like a friend of yours? He's never mentioned you before.
He's kind of squints at you. He says, no, I wouldn't call him a friend per se. We just walk the same path for now.
Path. Saints. What are you talking about?
He points at his robes where there's like the emblem of the tower.
Oh, I wasn't aware that Vash followed the tower.
He shakes his head. Follow, not the best way to put it. Sometimes the tower follows you.
Does that mean that the tower has been following us this whole time?
He shrugs. The rest of you on a different path, I think. He like gestures to you. Yours has fool written all over it.
How did you know? You're very insightful.
He says, insightful. No, you. It's clear as soon as you enter the room. Emanates from you. It's on the expression on your face, your personality, the way you speak. Clearly the fool. Nothing you can do about it.
So, did the tower bring upon this attack on the dirt? I know it likes destruction.
He sort of make an insight check.
Ooh. Because we all know Odayn's very good at those.
He makes a face in response to that. And he says, this destruction wasn't brought by the Arcana, but trouble does seem to follow me wherever I go.
Well, if it wasn't brought by the Arcana, what brought it then? Is it something we gotta take care of?
He nods.
Is there anything else you have to say to us? Like, if there's something we have to take care of it, then it's probably best not to be cryptic with the details.
He kind of smiles a little bit, and he says, you have to understand, Odayn, not that I wouldn't like to have a conversation with you. It's just that we have to be a little bit more careful. My business here is not with you.
Right. You gotta talk to Vash about it. Vash is on his way. But are you not gonna share with the rest of us? If you need help dealing with this problem, we're ready to help.
I would like to think that the rest of you would be involved. I certainly know that at least 2 of the people in this room, or in this building rather, are severely affected.
How many people are in the building now, by the way? I'm sure it's like crowded, right?
Well, that's when the rest of the people walk in, I think. So everyone else who is like heading to the inn after you guys walks in.
Has the rest of the party gotten there yet?
Yeah, this is the rest of the party catching up right now.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant the commoners.
Let's see here. I don't remember if we have this map, how we have this set up here. Is Nirnām still here, or did I remove him? Let's see.
It looks like he's gone.
He's back. Okay. So Nirnām's like on this table. Aang's over here. And then we got Laura and Odayn. Claes was upstairs. Let's see here.
I find it really amusing that they've put, whenever we've had to take care of somebody on one of the tables, I don't think they've used the same table twice. So, they don't have one that's like sanitized, for bodies. They just go through and
I'm really surprised he's all the way over that table. Like, wouldn't he be like over here? Like, if he was like crawling on the floor, dying.
Yeah, I guess that does make sense here. I was just grabbing him on a close table. All right. So the rest of you guys walk in. Yeah, and that's kind of the bit of the conversation you walk in on. Did you ask a question there, Odayn? Sorry.
Oh no, I was just out of character trying to figure out if like all the crowds of people coming for free alcohol was coming in.
They got to be like right behind us.
Yeah. They definitely start coming in. Yeah, for sure.
Also,
oh, speak of the devil, Vash is here. Now you can tell the rest of us what you're talking about.
what happened to him?
He says,
he's looking for you.
he says, big, pretty gold fucker happened to me. How about you? Did you fare all right with the copper one? Sorry, what?
Vash gives him a bit of a raised eyebrow look. Like, how did you know about that when we never saw you?
He says, I could sense it, same as you. One I dealt with was better at hiding his presence.
Kind of looks like you got your ass kicked.
He nods.
All of us look fine by the time we get back, by the way. We're all healed.
Yeah, I mean, your clothes and shit might still be torn and halfway burned
Right.
off. But yeah.
Someone with prestidigitation, hurry up.
Yeah. He nods. He says, couldn't kill him. He's more powerful than I remember. He's learned things.
Kill who?
Oh, that's a good question.
He says, don't have a name for him. But he says, a long time ago, he just like gestures all around. This world was theirs. Their garden.
Oh, well, that just explains everything then. Thanks. That was super helpful. Do you want to go on? And like, what do you mean a Gordon? Who's them? The
You mean like the primordials?
pretty ones.
He says, the primordials banded together to take the world away from them, to send them away.
Odayn looks at Melora because he asked her earlier if she knew anything about it, and she said no. So he like cocks an eyebrow at her.
She shrugs. She has no idea what he's talking about.
Inside Vash's head, can he ask Tolpa?
Yes. And Tulpa says, they're certainly powerful. You could feel the weight of their mind. What could they feed on? Us brains? They terrify me. They seem so familiar.
Yeah, I haven't seen them before. I figured this would be right up your alley. Aren't you technically one of those primordial things?
You feel like a sense of shame from Tulpa. He says, there's something there. He says, it's the gold one. He was there with us in the flesh. There's just a void where he should be. I think we have met them before. Or will meet them. I don't understand. And then Nirnām says, your friend's right.
Vash?
Yeah, he says that to Vash.
Yeah. I'm gonna ignore it. Okay. I will just not talk to Tulpa again.
Did I freak you out with that? Okay, sorry.
I swear I have a thing where things can't read my mind.
Oh, do you?
It's a race thing.
Okay, well, shit. If you got a thing, show me the thing.
Hold on, I'll look. It might just be that I have resistance to it. I have resistance to psychic damage, and I have advantage on wisdom save. There was no saving throw, though, right? You just did it.
Here, let me take a look at how he does it. 'Cause he does it the same way Lapel did it. Where's his bullshit?
Unless I invite them.
Do what?
Said I don't like people in my head unless I invite them.
Yeah.
It's really crowded up there. There's only so much room.
Let's see here. No, actually, he would just get surface level thoughts. So he wouldn't hear the communication. He could, but then you'd have to roll.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So does he act? So he does say that?
No, he probably actually just says, are you talking to your friend? Is he still in there?
Yeah, he also agrees that Vash is very annoyed. I'm just gonna give him a slight smirk and say, "Don't know what friend you're talking about." And in my head, I'll tell Tulpa, "Don't worry about it so much. Just keep working on it. See if the Forgotten One can help you or something. Maybe you forgot it."
Yeah, you get the feeling of an affirmative. So, like, I think the image you get, like the mental image, is like just Tulpa standing in the burnt forest and just like nodding solemnly as, I guess he probably still looks like Lapel, actually, maybe he looks like Tim now.
Interesting. I'm not sure which one of those bugs me more.
Yeah, I think he probably looks like Tim now, but you know it's Tulpa, and like his robes are just blowing around him in the wind, and he just like closes his eyes and nods, like affirmative.
Okay. Out loud. Maybe next time you won't go and try and fight him all alone. Should have stuck with us.
Seemed like you had your hands full.
Really didn't.
And this one came here for me. Pulled me away.
Okay.
It's not like I had a choice.
Oh. I thought he teleported away.
No. The creature grabbed him and teleported both of them away.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he like popped into view and then disappeared with him.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
And make an insight check.
That's not so 14.
He seems uncomfortable talking about it.
Talking about how he got taken.
Yeah, just like the fight with the creature in general. Like there's something about it that's bothering him. You can't put your finger on what it is exactly.
These creatures, what are they and where do they come from?
Yeah, anything you know would be useful.
I've been trying to ask him, Vash, but he says he's only going to talk to you.
Yeah, he ignores what Odayn says, and he addresses Vash. I mean, he answers the question, but he's just not going to talk directly to Odayn. And he says, horrible creatures. Where are they from? Everywhere. The flesh itself, perhaps, one of her wicked creations. Perhaps crafted to wipe the world clean. All I can tell you for certain is this. They once ruled this place, their garden. We pushed them out, blocked them away. The fountain, you see, heaven, all of it belonged to them.
Wait, so they made heaven?
He nods.
What do you think of your Arcana now, Odayn?
He shakes his head. Wasn't the Arcana then. They had their own symbols. We remade it. We vowed to make something better. A safe
Great
haven.
job so far.
A world between worlds. Where all creatures could find refuge from these things. They, like locusts, spread from plane to plane, wiping out life in their wake.
So if we drove them out, where did they go? And why are they back?
And how'd you do it before so we can do it again?
They've been trying to find a way back into the garden. Since then, to wipe them out, he shakes his head. It's not a certainty. They could find their way back. As far as how they got here, they must have taken a realm that is close to ours. We had deals in place. Think of them as buffer zones. Kept us somewhat safe from their influence. They must have found a way into them somehow. And through that place, found a way here.
And the last time you defeated him, how? How'd you drive him out? What'd you do?
The last time we defeated them by sacrificing every dragon in existence.
Should be easier to do this time.
With no dragons.
How does Ishida react to that statement?
Ishu looks kind of sad. Like there's a moment where he's like, he tries to like put on a happy face. But yeah, there's like a sort of sadness there. And then he says, screw dragons. They're all jerks. That's what I heard.
Yeah, just means you have a place to fill. You can be in charge.
Yeah, you're not sacrificing me though, right?
No. No, you're safe, Ishu.
So you're saying these things killed the dragon?
I think he's saying they killed the dragons to get rid of the things.
The ones that fought with us made the decision themselves.
Well, obviously you didn't do this alone. Are you part of some group, or who's we exactly?
He says, me, Lapel, others like us, those closest to our patrons, knew them for the most part before they ascended.
Oh, so you knew Lapel then? Does that mean that you're also from heaven?
He he squints his eyes and nods slowly.
Yeah, you don't catch on very quick there, do you, Odayn?
Well, Vash, maybe he knows Seraphina. Seraphina's also from heaven.
He nods.
Can we look around to see if we see Seraphina? I think.
Did I not copy Seraphina in here? What the shit?
No, she's over there
No,
right now.
she's
Oh,
there,
okay.
but
Okay.
he and Orilyn have been doing other things while they were talking.
Oh, okay.
Also, she went upstairs and changed
And now
into
she's wearing
something.
It's
Tell us about that.
all Oberon's fault because he couldn't keep them out.
Hey, I know what happened.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was getting at. I mean, it's
He
not
could
it's
say
not
all of
Oberon's
the
fault
flesh,
for the
you
record.
know.
Hey, he's the king of the place. He's the warrior.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. And
Well, he's only the king of the Sealy court.
True.
it's true.
So if we look around for Seraphina, what do we see, Ferdy?
Oh, so you see Seraphina like on top of the bar, like here. She's like pouring drinks to like people who wanted like drinks, like the Timothy drink that she
Yeah.
made.
So
you like
it's a weird mood in here because there's the crowds are coming in. The place is starting to actually kind of get busy for the first time.
Yeah,
So-
Orilyn's been directing the crowd. Like when Seraphina was upstairs, she was directing them to go wait in the back area of the room. And then when Seraphina got there, I guess she was getting them to form a line.
Right. It's like, who needs unburdening? Because it's unburdening day.
Everyone is staying the fuck away from Nirnām.
Yeah.
But other than that, they're good. They just don't want to get too close to him. Or actually, maybe when they get a closer look at Seraphina or the owl, I guess maybe the owl's not back
No,
yet.
Owl's not. Yeah, the Owl's not
The
here.
flaming bird is there though.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Bash's shoulder.
Yeah, I mean the bird thing is kind of cool. But maybe they get closer to Seraphina and they get a little wary. But yeah, they're just avoiding the part of the room that Nirnām is sitting in, and also there's this weird juxtaposition of like people like the crowd of people have moved on from the attack completely. Like they are in the holiday. They've already let go of people. Like this is religion for them. So
Children die.
it's not that they like don't care about the people that died. It's just this is like their way of honoring, if they knew somebody that did die or what have you. They're making sure to like have the holiday and to do it right. So there's some people that are like buying drinks for their friends, even though they're getting some drinks for free, but the free drinks are real bad. So, that kind of stuff.
That always makes me want to buy another drink, because when the first drink is just terrible.
Yeah, I mean, maybe one or two of them even offer to like buy Seraphina a drink and then think better of it. But yeah, I mean, this is and then all that's like juxtaposed by this weird conversation, serious, kind of dark conversation you guys are having with Nirnām.
So I'm gonna look back at Seraphina on the bar, like standing on the bar, right?
Yeah, standing on the bar.
Standing on the bar pouring drinks.
Coyote Ugly style.
Look back at
Right.
Odayn and Nirn and like that. Really, that saved creation. Sure.
He says she wasn't there at the time.
So you don't know her.
He says, oh, I know her. I have heard that That one has killed entire cities in a moment. That one is a serious player, but not quite as on the level as Lapel.
Well, do you have any more lapel-like allies here that could help us?
He says, you really still don't get it, do you? We can't interfere with the other Arcana.
So you work together to get rid of them, but that's not allowed anymore?
It's complicated.
Sounds stupid. I'm sure that's another word.
He looks at you and he says, some of us are still planning on getting rid of the other Arcana, are we not?
Use of them before you do, but sure. Yeah, no.
Judgment is out of the game. There are others. There is a devil here.
What are the rest of them doing?
Does he, when he says here, does he look anywhere in the inn? Or is he
No,
just saying
he just like puts his hand out in general, like
okay.
In this town. Like
Fair.
He says Rifa hasn't been around since the beginning. He is a replacement. But maybe there is still one for death. I haven't reached out since Lapel stepped away. And for the most part, we try to avoid conflict with each other. We all have different views, but an understanding that civil war would destroy everything. Specifically, we can't interfere with chosen of the Arcana, champions, other peoples. He's like staring at Seraphina while he says this. And he says, so it would be best if we stuck to the people on our own path for now.
See? That's useful information. If you'd have died tonight, we wouldn't have it.
If I'd have died tonight, I would be grateful.
To fail? Sorry, go on, Odayn.
So you say this, so each of the Arcana has a champion? Who's the champion for the tower?
He looks at Vash.
Been looking at Vash.
Yeah. He just stares at you when
Is it-
Odayn asks the question. Like, he just looks directly. He just stares at you.
Is it Vash? Is Vash the champion?
He raises his eyebrows. He's still staring
Not
at
hardly.
you.
I think you know how I feel about the Arcana.
I mean, he's not saying no.
He hasn't been saying anything to you.
There are many who walk the path of a tower that feel the same.
Vash rolls his eyes.
So Vash isn't the champion then.
He thinks I am.
He says, you prove it. You grow stronger in the way of the tower by the day.
So I get stronger, so I must be up the tower. Who does Ishu represent then? Don't say dragons.
He shrugs. Issue isn't my concern.
Well, is the tower planning on destroying all the Arcana? Are there any Arcana that they're aligned with that maybe we could get help from their champions? I mean, this seems like a very important conflict that we need to handle, and I mean, the more allies we have, the better, right?
My understanding, the tower doesn't plan on destroying the other Arcana until the present threat is dealt with.
No,
The
he
flesh.
shakes his head. You misunderstand. The tower plans on destroying the Arcana because of the present threat.
Vash is like, shut up! God! Yeah, just tell everybody your plans. That's the best way to get things done. It's fine.
So you're planning on kind of what would that solve anything?
He says, if all hope is lost, then we have to torch the garden. It's better than the alternative.
That's a very nihilistic approach.
He nods.
Oh, hey, Seraphina, you're here.
Who is this guy?
Oh, he's apparently trying to destroy all the Arcana.
You don't recognize him. He says he's an old friend.
Well, he
I
says
don't.
he's a friend of yours too, Vash.
Do you recognize him, Seraphina? Have you guys ever
No.
crossed paths? Okay.
Probably not. Hey, what's your safe word?
What?
Avocado.
She's too drunk, so she's like, she wants to find a fight somehow.
Oh God.
Claes will wander over to the group
Yeah, that seems like the perfect time to come in.
and he'll walk up towards Nirnām. Did the medicine help?
He bows slightly. Like, he just kind of leans forward and tilts his head forward slightly. But he says, yes, thank you.
Oh, so
Hey,
you did
Claes.
I'm still around.
Good. Would have had to hunt you down. That would have sucked.
Why did you summon all those monsters?
What?
Those things! You brought him here, right? It had to be you.
Those things were attacking my home before you showed up,
I
and then you
was not
showed up, and
involved.
now they came here.
I was not involved with that.
And I insight.
Yeah, I mean...
I have a chance of
Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, let's see what Ishu gets here. His wisdom is shit.
Oh, that's the wrong thing.
Oh, look, there's Unrooted with the bits for the crit one. Thank you, Unrooted.
Thanks, Unrooted, for celebrating my failure.
Okay. So Vash. Okay, Claes, tell us what they do or don't know. Just I'll let you decide.
I mean, I had nothing to do with it. I was there, but I had nothing to do with it.
And Orilyn and Ishu think maybe he's still hiding something, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, he keeps disappearing, so yeah.
I assume I know that he's lying.
He's not lying. I mean,
Wait, what?
He's actually
No, he's
not
telling
lying.
the truth. You
Yeah.
know he's telling the
Yeah, I
truth.
have nothing
But he
to
had
do with it.
nothing to do with it.
Yeah. But Ishu's like, I don't trust him. He looks weird.
I'll look down at Yishu. I mean, you look a bit weird too, but you don't see me judging you.
No, I don't. I'm a kobold. We don't look weird. You guys look weird. Hair and, stuff. Why don't you wear pants?
I'll look over to Vash. So, when would you like me to start the show?
I guess Aang didn't get the damn dais set up or anything. Aang!
Oh, right. Yeah, I'll take care of it.
Do you want to keep all these people here or not?
Yeah, no, we're on it. And he he whistles and he points at these two guys here. He's
the
like,
drunken warriors.
yeah, he's like, hey, go get the stage. What are you guys? You can't sit around drinking for free all night. Go get the stuff and pull it out. And they're like, They get up and they stumble off to one of the storage rooms. They're gonna work on it. They're gonna pull the stuff out. They'll probably set it up like back here in the corner or something.
Really quickly to Aang, I gesture towards the large crowd of people who are in here. Good thing I got a performer, huh?
Yeah, definitely. Look at the crowd we're pulling in. This is great. This is fantastic. This is what I'm talking about. And yeah, he's like, we'll put Aang up here. He's like tending the bar right now.
Listen, maybe we can all have this conversation later. It's not so busy and there aren't so many prying ears. Have I noticed if anyone's been like seeming like they're paying attention to this meeting of the minds over here?
Orlin's
hang on a
been
second.
purposely directing people away, so
Wait, what? Ella?
Orlin's been purposely directing people away from where they're having the conversation.
Oh yeah.
Orilyn was directing the crowd.
Because she was telling them like she's blocking part of the entryway, so they have to like go past her. Like she's pointing them like go up there, over there, get your drink, go up there.
All right. Certainly. Let's see here. Where's the thing? Maybe I just never made one for this guy. Is that what happened? Okay, never mind, I guess. All right. So you guys are directing the crowd away. No one's really paying a whole lot of attention to you guys. Also, the answer to your whisper is yes. That probably did happen. I mean, you were holding it right side up, right? So
yeah.
Then probably not. I mean, only if you like turned it upside down, or if it had a way to like get a hold of that again. Yeah. So the crowd's coming in. You guys are like trying to have your own secret conversation. I guess at some point you guys are gonna start the show.
Yeah, he'll probably try to signal Odayn over to start performing.
Yeah.
This instrument.
I'll probably signal Odayn to come over and start performing.
Are you
I
guys
guess
gonna?
we're going over here.
Yeah.
Are you guys gonna perform together?
Move
Yeah.
myself over.
They like scoot some of this stuff out of the way for you guys, and like they set up like a little bitty stage. I mean, it's like it's like a foot tall or like 2 feet tall or something. It's not anything crazy big, but they do make a little bit of room over here for you guys, and you're able to do that. Yeah, and there'll be people in watching the show. There's a lot of people in here. I know I don't have a lot of tokens in here, but there are people. Make performance checks.
I will use my inspiration to get advantage on that. Let's not do terrible here.
Okay.
Oof,
Not
not
bad.
great. It's alright.
Ooh. Odayn, how does it make you feel that this guy plays better than you?
He feels like to step up. So what he's going to do is he's going to cast Fly on himself, and he's going to start performing in the air.
Nice.
Can Orilyn try and go through the crowd and try and hype them up for this performance?
Yeah, totally.
Claes will do a backflip
All right.
or try.
Yeah, he does. Do a backflip, no problem.
I was really hoping that I didn't get a nat 1 and jam my flute down my throat on accident,
Yeah, that'd be
but we're all good.
But they will try a backflip also while in the air. how this turns out. Nope, not as good.
Oh no. So
That's
this
a 2.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, you don't like break your instrument or like hurt anything, but you definitely like fall down to like one knee, have to catch yourself, and you get back up. I mean, you managed to make it fit pretty well into the music. Like you don't, you have to stop playing for a second, but it's not like you played a bunch of wrong notes or anything. But yeah, I mean, could have been smoother. I've actually had this happen at a show where when I had a band where one of our guitarists like flipped over the other guitarist's back and he busted his ass in front of everybody.
Trying to trip off.
Yeah, he was not happy about that. I think he actually quit the band right there, if I remember right. Like right after the show, he was just like ran out of the venue with his stuff.
The one that messed up or the other one?
The one that messed up. Yeah.
Died out of embarrassment.
Yeah, kind of seemed like it. Poor guy. All right. So they're putting on a show. While they're putting on a show, Orlin's hyping up the crowd. While you're hyping up the crowd, Orilyn, Melora approaches you and taps you on the shoulder.
What?
She says, I think I remember what we're supposed to do with...
You do?
She points at your bag.
Orlin's gonna grab Melora's hand and drag her upstairs.
Yeah, she goes with you. So they disappear upstairs.
Who
Suddenly the
wants to
crowd's
see a
not
magicless
as...
magic trick?
You
You don't want to have a
hyped
conversation
up the
downstairs?
crowd.
Come on.
You hyped up the crowd first.
Yeah.
So it's
Suddenly the crowd's getting less hype and it slowly starts to just die down.
fine. What are the rest of you guys doing while they run upstairs right before we go to break?
Since we're in the bar and there's a lot of people, I would use Divine Sense just to make sure there aren't any evil presence or maybe there are celestials here.
Let me see here.
Random show up as.
This is gonna be so funny. Hang on. Where is it? Just check the thing. You linked your divine sense.
That's
Okay.
me. Yeah.
I just gotta check the thing. Okay. And okay. Till the end of your next turn, you know the location of any celestial fiend undead within 60 feet of you that's not behind cover. Is that it? Is that all the things?
Yeah.
Any being whose presence you sense, but cannot identify. Okay, so you just sense celestial fiends or undead. You sense one celestial, Nirnām, over there. Let's see. Celestials, fiends, and undead. You sense another celestial approaching. I don't know if you've ever divine sensed this person before.
Approaching.
But
Inside the inn or from the outside?
from the outside, like they're about to walk in.
They would
And you sense them approaching. You don't sense any evil presences or anything like that.
Okay.
Just what we need. We're self-righteous assholes.
When that happens, I message what's her name? Orilyn. From upstairs. I'll tell her like, where did you guys go? There's somebody approaching celestial figure. That's it.
I think you have to point your finger towards the creature.
Yeah.
So if you don't know where she's at, it might not reach Orilyn.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, I guess it wouldn't. If I know like there's no response, then I would know it didn't reach you.
True.
Then I might go to Vash and send it to Vash, because I think I see him right over there.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Vash was telling Aang to secure a room for Nirnām and paying for it if necessary.
Yeah. Aang says he's already paying for a room.
Oh. Great. I didn't know he was staying at the inn before this. Ugh.
He's been at the inn like every day
I thought he was
since we got
eating
back.
Whatever.
Yeah, he's like an actual customer here. That's why Aang was trying to take care of him when he was bleeding all over the place. If he wasn't paying him, he wouldn't care.
I like him.
So yeah, okay. So our closing scene as we go to break here is basically the crowd is getting into the show. Folks are upstairs talking about what to do with the orb, I guess. And you guys are doing your thing. Maybe Ishu's hanging out with Vash. Avachai is probably standing alone somewhere, but somewhere nearby Seraphina, keeping an eye on her. And Nirnām is just drinking like a rice wine or maybe one of those whiskey Kong things, like those gourds, like drinking gourds, just like drinking whiskey or something out of it. And then we see the devils walk in. There's quite a few of them. There's probably I don't know, like 10 or 15 regular guys, and then Raifa.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And Raifa walks in, and they just like we just see them walk in, and they're just like looking around. Like Raifa's just looking around. Like his guys spread out. Some of them like keep his flank, like they're bodyguards or something. But he's just like standing there looking around at everything, and then we go to break.
Are there any bird-like devils or dwarf mask-wearing devils?
I don't know. Let's ask Tim. Tim, is Elduin here?
I think it would make sense. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's get your token.
Tim
out.
gets to play 2 characters when we get back from break.
No, I'm gonna try and make them talk to each other.
He's gonna be so mad that you guys threw out all his stuff. Let's see here. All right. Do we still have your? Oh, it looks like we don't have.
This might be the night where Elduin dies.
Well, let's hope like a fight doesn't break out, but also Elduin, your health is not looking too good, bud.
Didn't let me heal.
Oh yeah, he would have been healed. Had a long rest,
Yeah,
so
yeah, I
hang on,
hope
let me
so.
fix that.
I have a question, Rambling, before we go to break.
Mm-hmm.
Vash has Ishu. Odayn has Melora. Seraphina has Avachai. Are we going to get 1 NPC per party member?
Probably not.
What? Orilyn wants Oberon.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I play. I'm just saying it's not like I planned it that way or anything.
Well, we're working our way there.
And like I don't have any plans to give you another NPC to hang out with anytime soon.
Until another one dies. Sorry, Abachai.
Avachai is literally the only one that can cure the flesh or like bring
I
anyone back from the
know.
dead. He's like, there's so many useful things he could do for you guys. Like if you guys wanted to know, like I don't know anything, he could just be like cast a spell and I have all the knowledge for you. Here it is. But you guys never utilize him at all.
We don't like him.
Well, we also
hasn't
don't
told us
know
all
that he
his
can do
spells.
it. Yeah, we
Yeah,
don't
he
know he
hasn't
can.
really offered up his services too much.
I mean, he did actually.
He did outside.
He offered to do a bunch of research for you guys already, right?
I don't
And then
like
we
him.
came back and he didn't do hardly any.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
yeah.
didn't share any of the information.
Well, it's because you guys put him on taking care of Timothy's body. So he spent a couple.
No.
No, when
When we left to go to the cave before Tim died, we were like, "Hey, research this stuff for us, and also, you get to hold on to the money for paying the workers for the inn.
Well, that's my bad. What was he researching while you guys were at the cave?
We wanted him to go to the temple to
Yeah, it was
gain insight,
information related to the temple for sure.
because
I
he's a
think we
cleric.
wanted to know how to get into the library and whatnot without having to pay all the fees. And
Didn't I give you guys options? Like, okay. So you're talking about without paying the fees to like get into the higher districts, right?
yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you guys have a cleric with you. Like, he can pretty much just get you into the temple now. And
We have 2.
yeah, you got 2 actually. I guess that's true. I mean, you have a proper cleric
Right.
who has like a proper symbol or whatever it takes to get into the Temple of Death, at least. But also, I think I went over this with you guys where we were talking about all the different temples and the kind of knowledge that they might keep and how willing they would be to share that. Like, we went over all this stuff, right? No?
I want to say no.
no, because I remember we got back and we were like, "Well, what about this? What about this?" And we were all disappointed with his answers. So
I specifically remember going through the Arcana and like being like, okay, this one would be more willing to share information because they're all about sharing knowledge, right? And this one would have information but might be less willing to share it or more likely to have secret information.
You had a vivid dream. 'Cause I don't remember that.
we might have to go back to that
The
video
bar.
and
Yeah.
We'll do a little breakdown when we come back from break, and I'll go over some of that with you guys. Okay.
So basically, he told us that yes, we can get in for free and go find some information.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Mm.
I'll
If I
stop trying to
recall,
get
I do remember that being a thing where you guys are like, "Yeah, we told him to do the thing, and he didn't do the thing."
I think we also wanted him to research stuff on Melora because we weren't positive if we were gonna find her in the caves.
Yeah. But you guys
And I
found her.
think we were gonna have him research a little bit on primordials as well, but I don't remember
Mhm.
if it was
The
specific
primordials.
ones or just in general.
Also, just to clarify, because I got a little bit confused when Nirnām was explaining. The primordials took the world from the garden, from the mind flayer elf thingies, and then the
Yeah. So.
the Arcana took it from the primordials.
No, not exactly. So the primordials and the Arcana used to be primordials, basically.
Right.
Like mind flayers essentially used to rule the world, and they used it as their farm, where they grew people so they could eat, basically. And at some point, man combined with the primordials, basically the people who lived in the world, the people who were here, even people from other worlds, rose up and sort of like rebelled against heaven. Now, at the time, heaven was a lie. Like they claimed to be gods. They claimed to be doing all these good things, but really, it was all a facade just so they could feed on your souls and your brains and just people in general, like cattle. And at some point, it wasn't called heaven then. It was just like maybe a group of adventurers at first who allied with some very powerful beings and eventually became very powerful beings themselves, perhaps. But yes, they overthrew.
Equal arc.
They overthrew what was quote unquote heaven at the time and established what they thought would be a better system. They remade it. They took
So they
control
were
of the.
mortal before.
They may have been mortal before, yeah. And
Is that something our characters would know, or no?
I mean, you wouldn't be supposed to knowing that. You probably would be putting that together about now.
Okay. From what he said and other things we've learned.
Yeah, like some of the Arcana were probably mortal, and literally, what he was saying is when they had different symbols, is like the Mind Flayers had their own version, like their own kind of Arcana, but they were other things, right? They were maybe golden bugs or copper bugs or like a dragonfly. Right, like there were these different symbols that they had in place that served as the quote unquote Arcana. When humans came and took over, or like what became heaven took over, they replaced them with their own symbols. To like, their idea was to build a system that would work for everyone, to not like leave anyone out, to make the world a safe place where people from everywhere could be safe. They meant to build this place as a safe haven, but it looks like people being people, things didn't stay perfect, right? Like, nothing can be perfect when humans are involved. People make mistakes and make bad decisions, but that was what they built what they remade heaven for. And that's led to all kinds of other things over thousands of years, but
Okay.
essentially that's what he was saying.
So the split between the Primordials and the Arcana happened directly after they had cleared out the Mind Flayers, or during?
Probably after.
Just after. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We can go to break.
All right. Break time. All right, we'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Thanks for watching, guys. All right, I am here. Let us see. Are they back? Are you guys?
I am.
Oh, okay. I didn't deafen myself, I guess. I hope you guys weren't talking a bunch of smack on that break. All right. Whew. I think we're still waiting on Ferdy and Wolf.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. So what's the plan from here, guys? What are you guys trying to do?
Derail everything you've planned, kill every NPC, all the normal fun stuff.
Just the normal fun stuff. Okay. I know I had an idea in mind of where I wanted to end today, but I'm not sure we're going to get there. We'll see. We will see.
For any of the first part,
Do what?
do we get experience for any of the first part of the
Yes. Because I'm a moron and I didn't give out experience. So everyone take, let's see. Give 3 XP to Seraphina for rounding, like doing the thaumaturgy to get all the people in. Give 3 XP to Orilyn for hyping the people up and stuffs there. Give 3 XP to Wolf, but he's not here, so he doesn't get the XP. For rounding up the sample and the bugs and stuff. We'll give 3 XP to Odayn for healing Nirnām, sort of. And Claes, of course, you get 3 XP for stealthing and handing out cash earlier. Claes and Odayn both get 3 XP for putting on the show. Okay.
Do I get any for giving Nirnām the healing-ish herbs?
Didn't actually do anything to help him. But yes, you can have 3 XP. I'll give you 1 XP for that.
Yeah.
How about that?
Got
It's been a long time since I
XP for
handed out.
giving drugs.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I handed out less than 3 XP, but I'll give you the 1 for that.
Alright.
Oh, are we doing XP?
Oh yeah, I gave you XP, man, but you weren't here, so you don't get it. No, I gave you 3 XP for the samples stuff, and I'll give you another 3 for the RP with Nirnām, and I'm gonna give Orilyn another 3 for taking Melora upstairs, figure out what's going on with the orb. We're about to see what's going on there. And it gives Seraphina 3 XP for going all coyote ugly. Okay. I think I covered everybody twice. Some of us actually. Claes, for the Dream Lily thing, take an extra 2. I know I gave you 1, but take an extra 2.
Okay.
He is doing a performance too.
Well, yeah, I gave him XP for the performance. I gave
Oh.
both him and Odayn. Odayn's back, right?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. You got your XP?
Is
then?
that 2?
It's 6 for everybody, and then 8 for Timothy.
Yeah, that's right.
I think.
That sounds right.
Yeah. Because it was a 2.
Yeah.
It was 8 or 9? Because you said 1 and then you said an extra 2, so
9.
it'd be
9.
okay 9.
Oh, okay. That's a 3.
Okay, so it's
Taking that.
3 for giving the drugs, not 2.
Yeah. That sounds right.
What was the last one you did for Seraphina? I'm trying to type it all to put it all in the.
Coyote ugly for that.
Wait until she submits it and then keep changing it, so she has to keep changing her notes.
Yeah.
This is just her unburdening day personality.
just let it all go.
You're right.
No,
No moral compass.
no, Elsa, no.
I mean, that's not really what it's about, but okay.
Back when Ferdy first typed out in Roll20 that Seraphina comes down wearing that, I also put that Orilyn gives Abishai a look after seeing Seraphina. I don't know if Abishai caught it, but
I wasn't
Feeling
looking
it.
at the chat. Yeah, I mean, he might have caught it and probably blushed a bit. I mean, it's kind of hard for him to blush, but he might have a bit. And then you would probably notice he was avoiding looking at her, which is weird. So he's trying to look anywhere else in the room.
Looks at her feet.
Yeah.
Does he just seem embarrassed, or like he's like if you saw a god naked, you wouldn't look type thing?
There's a bit of that, right? Because there's some reverence there.
Right.
But he also kind of seems internally conflicted.
He's got a crush.
Like he's not happy with the way he feels about it, kind of thing.
Oh god.
And that is probably a little bit embarrassing for him.
I guess I should have described the look Orilyn gave him. It was one of, are we gonna let her do this? Because of all the other things that she had already done that day that both Orilyn and Abishai told her, hey, you shouldn't do that.
He probably just blinked for a long time, closed his eyes for 10 seconds. And then breathed slowly while he was doing it, and then opened his eyes back up. Yeah.
Then Orilyn takes that as he gave up.
All right. So I guess let's jump back in with Orilyn and Melora upstairs. What's happening? You pull her into the your room to talk to her, or what are y'all doing?
Yeah, she's gonna pull her into her room. And then she's gonna lock the door so that people don't try and interrupt. And she'll pull out the orb from her bag and place it very gently on the pillow on her bed.
Yeah.
And then look expectantly at Melora.
Yeah, she walks up to the orb and she picks it up and she looks at it. Let me see here. Where's her thingy? Ooh, okay. All right, well, let's just give her... Oh, I rolled it in secret, but you can see it on the stream. She rolled a 18. Okay. So she looks at the orb and she says, actually, the orb you have is the one with the swirling water in it, right?
Yeah, they exchanged
think
orbs, if I remember right.
Yeah.
I have
Odayn's got the one that had the swirling roots and stuff in it. Right?
Yes, but he doesn't know that.
Yeah,
It's
he
inside
doesn't
him.
know that. She says, she holds it up and she looks at it and she says, can't do it here. This
do what? What are we doing?
bringing Oberon back.
Where do we need to go?
She says, your home. A tree of his, a great big one. She looks like she's searching for the word. She can't think of it. She says, has to be done in his home, but we need this and Odayn.
So this and Odayn and you and Lord Oberon's home. And that's it?
She says, this one will help me be able to do it. She hands it back to you, and she says, I understand if you want to hang on to it until the time is right.
Okay.
She holds it out to you. She says,
She'll take it back carefully.
yeah, she when you go to take it back, there's like this moment where she doesn't let go of it. Like she's like holding it out to you, and you go to grab it, and she like doesn't let go. And she has to, you can tell she has to like make herself let go of it, like consciously. And she says, she kind of like looks lost in thought for a second. She's like staring off into space, and she says, we have to get back to Feywild, find his tree there, and we should be able to bring him back. He should be able to retake the realm. If there's anything left of the court, I don't think he would leave unless there was no other option. I think the smart play was not fighting this time.
What? Orilyn's looking at her very confused.
She shakes her head. She says, the damage can be undone. Odayn has the other piece. I think we can use that. Place it in one of his trees. Where he keeps the place where he keeps his throne. Where is it?
Does Orilyn know that? Or is that the place that she went to and she met him?
Yeah, I think we saw you there. Like, we saw you in that...
Okay.
when you were in the Feywild, wasn't there that scene where there was, like, the great big tree where his court was, or something like that? And, like, that's what we saw the Golden Pyramid destroying, right? Like, as... like.
Oh, I thought you said we were going to the pyramid. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, then Orilyn will supply the name of his palace, which Ella can't think of at the top of her head.
That's fine. We don't need the name, but you know the place she's talking about, like the place where he keeps his throne. And she nods, And she
Do we
says,
need his body?
she shakes her head. Gods
Oh,
don't.
good.
She says gods, and then she kind of winces when she says the word. And she says, Archfey don't need bodies to come back.
Just this. And she's cradling the orb now.
She says, not that one specifically. She like looks like she has this weird look come across her face, like, oh, this lady's cradling my baby. Like, you know, like when someone else is like getting way too lovey-dovey with your dog, and you know, or she kind of has that look on her face, and she says, that one belongs to me. The one we need.
Right. I think he told me that it belonged to you all along or something.
She nods. It was a trick. It was a backup plan. I think he hoped we'd never have to use them, but it turned out to be handy for both of us, I think.
So out of character, when Odayn was doing the he did an illusion thing where he showed us all what happened. Did he show that it looked all plant-like, or did it look like just an orb?
So Odayn's, I don't know if Odayn, did you show them the thing that happened when you were a kid? Did they get to see that somehow?
So the whole thing, I think I just did an image of what I saw when she put it in me.
Okay. So basically, his looks almost exactly the same as the orb you have. The only difference, and actually also the orb that Ambient has.
Yeah.
The only difference is what's inside them.
Yeah.
The one Ambient has got all the stars and like it looks like the astral plane, kind of like space. The one you have, Orilyn, was like a swirling whirlpool of water, and it was cold to the touch, if I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And the one Odayn has was like a writhing mass of roots.
Vine.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
all tangled together.
So if when Odayn showed them a illusion of that scene, then Orilyn would know what that orb looks like.
Possibly, yeah.
Okay, so Melora, you swapped orbs.
She nods.
So I should be cradling the other one.
She nods. Little bit faster this time.
Right. She'll put Melora's orb in her bag.
Yeah, her eyes like follow it, like you can tell there's a part of her that just wants to grab it.
Yeah.
But she restrains herself.
Right. So I'll hold on to this until you can get me Oberon's orb back.
She nods. She says, "Do you think the show's still going on?" I think I could.
We probably hear it.
Yeah. It's probably like, yeah. There's probably like muffled music coming through the walls. She says, "I'm going to have to get it back from him. It may be painful. I'm not exactly sure if I remember. Just." She like holds her hand up and kind of twists it.
Maybe we can wait until you remember more. Maybe make it less painful.
She says it's not time to wait.
Well, we can't do anything until we get to the Feywilds anyways.
She nods. She says, I have no way to do that, to get us there.
So as soon as the performance is over, I think we should have a chat with Odayn and Claes. And Claes might know. He's a fake creature. He might know how to go back.
She kind of sighs and she nods. She says, okay. So,
Yes, Orilyn will go and unlock her doors so they can go wait for the performance to end.
yeah. So maybe we just jump back to the rest of the party here who's hanging out in the inn here.
I believe we had just looked towards the door as someone was coming in. Oh,
Yeah.
the devil.
The devils, yeah. So the devils walk in. And Nirnām and Rifa's like looking around, like looking at all the stuff. Like he walks in like he owns the place. Like first of all, which is just the air he has about him. And then his eyes land on Nirnām, and his demeanor changes entirely. He becomes almost submissive. Like he bows very deeply, and his eyes, the expression on his face becomes immediately kinder, and he actually apologizes. He like directs his people to start heading back outside, and he like tells them to wait outside. And he sits down at the table with Nirnām. And they start having a conversation.
What the hell do you make of that issue?
And Ishu shrugs and he says, "I don't know. Maybe they just want to compliment each other on their outfits. Elduin, you can stay inside. He didn't direct all of you guys outside."
Oh, he probably would have left if he was directing if he was directing like most of the people outside.
Okay. Just wait right outside the door.
Yeah.
Just in case.
He's right there waiting to step in if something happens.
Yeah. Okay.
It'll be easy to keep you out. Don't worry about it.
Are those guys guarding the door to make sure no more people come in? Place is full enough.
I mean,
I don't know.
they're not like making a scene or trying to stop anyone from having fun or coming into the restaurant. They're not here to like cause problems. Or anything like that.
I'm going to. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm going to mentally communicate to Seraphina by establishing the link. Did I guess you noticed that they're coming. You already know that they're here, right?
Yeah. And I message you.
I'm going to say to Seraphina, we should probably go over and see what's up.
All right.
Come on,
I
Ishu.
move.
Yeah.
I move forward to that table where they
Do
are.
you see a token for this big bad?
For Rifa, I thought I had one for him, but I can't find it. So
Oh, that's all right.
He's a fire genasi, right?
he is.
Yeah.
Let me just let me see what I can find for fire genasis here.
It's not super important. I was curious if you had one or not.
It would be good to have something. Why don't you guys go ahead and start talking? I'll be looking for something.
Claes will pull Odayn to the side for the show for a moment and say, just put a hand on his shoulder and say, "Was that the bird dwarf that you've been talking about?"
Isn't he outside right now? I thought he was.
Well, he came in
He
first.
walked in
You
and
went
then he
in.
walked out.
Yeah.
Odayn probably wouldn't have noticed him among the big crowd of people. So, I didn't pick him out from the crowd. Maybe he could have been here. I wasn't really paying attention. I was more trying to focus on the performance.
Yeah. How's your back?
It still hurts a little bit, but I'm good to go.
Okay. Let's keep going with the show, and then if he was here, would you mind pulling a little trick on him?
What do you have in mind?
You know, it just seems like he might have a bit more material things than he needs. Some other people might be able to use them more. You know?
Sure, but I mean, what exactly do you have in mind?
You just distract him a little bit. I'll handle the rest.
All right, we can do that.
Who are you guys distracting?
Elduin in a bit.
Eldoin, apparently.
All right. That's sort of what he looks like. He's more in robes instead of armor, but it's something like
Oh,
this.
wow. It looks like a.
His eyes probably aren't as bright. He definitely wears like stuff on his skin, like it's makeup or powder or something. He's not like the kind. He doesn't walk around on fire all the time. But yeah, that's probably the best depiction I can find quickly. I'll make something personal later. And yeah, so he sits down. They're both dressed like monks. They're wearing robes. Rifa doesn't really do the hat. He just kind of wears like dark silken robes that they almost appear wet. And he has like the vague scent of like a fine oil. And yeah, and he's like he looks like he might be wearing makeup, jewelry, stuff like that.
Do I hear any bits of the conversation as we approach?
So as you approach, you hear Rifa apologizing to Nirnām, and he's saying, he says, no, he says, no, he says, the apologies are all mine, Nirnām. I didn't understand that you were going to be here. Is there something that we should know about? And Nirnām says, no, I don't think it's anything that concerns you, Rifa. He says, unless you have business with these folks, hope you haven't gotten too involved. And that's when you guys walk up.
Does what does Nirnām's expression look like as he's talking to him? Is he also being respectful? Is he kind of talking down to him?
Make an insight check.
I can do that. Except for my sheet just messed up. 1 second, I gotta reload.
It's no problem. Wait for Wolf.
Vash, do you know this person? As I point at that guy.
And yeah, they turn to you, and Nirnām, talking to Rifa, says, this one was close with Lapel. And Rifa kind of nods, almost like feigning like he didn't already know. Like, kind of like raises an eyebrow, and he says, oh, really? And he looks towards Seraphina. Okay, so he's being about as respectful as you've seen him be. The thing with Nirnām is that he really doesn't give a shit about all the manners, and like he's just a more gritty guy. Like he doesn't care about all the like pomp and circumstance. He's more of like let's just get it over with. Let's just get down to like let's talk business. Let's go straight to business kind of thing. He is kind of being respectful, but he definitely has the air of like, I'm the superior here. Like, there's definitely that sense about him.
Okay. So when Seraphina says that, Vash will look over Rifa. I think I've seen him around before.
Rifa just goes, indeed. And then he looks towards Seraphina and he says, and how is Lapel?
Wait. Who's that?
You do have access to Fee's memories.
Oh, okay. I thought like it got erased. Okay. Well, he's no longer here. I tell him that.
And
I think you saw the state I left him in. Wouldn't be expecting to see him again.
And Rifa just kind of like tilts his head forward slightly. And Nirnām is like watching, just kind of like watching you guys interact with each other, kind of like taking it in. And he says, Lapel was complicated, man. He left of his own accord. It is unfortunate. And then Rifa says, but he was a good man. And Nirnām nods.
If you say so.
Apollo is a great teacher for my fee in this material plane. This is the material plane, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
We're
Just gonna
said
say-
that out loud.
Literally the only plane you know.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, guess besides heaven.
Yeah.
That is a different plane. Yeah, they're just talking to each other. Rifa says, is there one here who is your apprentice? I'm not sure I understand. Nirnām says, perhaps there is. What about you? Is one of them following the devil?
Oh, we're
And-
standing right here, guys.
Yeah. And Rifa doesn't say anything. And Nirnām goes, that's what I thought.
So what do we owe the pleasure?
Rifa says, I was just coming in to see how you all were doing. I noticed that business was getting back to normal. I saw the new sign. Wanted to make sure everything was going okay. We had some commotion in the dirt this evening, it seems. Are you all okay?
Just fine.
It
I
got
noticed
taken
that
care
you're
of.
sorry, go on.
It got taken care of. Now
I
we were
noticed your
just
devils didn't show up until after the fun part.
He nods. He says, I don't think my devils would be prepared to handle a threat like that, from what I understand. He turns to Nirnām, and Nirnām like nods in agreement. Like, yes, your devils couldn't have handled this. And he says, we do appreciate what you could do to stop the threat. I wanted to come and tell you that personally. And I know we spoke of that job.
Yeah, things have been a bit busy.
He
And your little escort kind of disappeared on us.
Yes, I'm afraid that one, he has his own things he needs to be working on right now. I felt like perhaps he was just getting in the way, as it were.
You could say that.
He says, well, when things are less busy, he reaches into his pocket and he pulls out a big bag of gold. And he sets it on the table. He says, half up front, what we discussed, and he says, the rest, of course, when the job is done.
Whoa. I don't think he ever told us about the job. He just said he had a job.
Yeah. I thought he told you that it was like a business he was trying to shut down, like people bringing drugs in from out of that didn't have any roots here, basically.
Maybe.
And like he was telling you, like they live up north towards Creation. They've got like they're basically bandits. They've got like a fortification they've established out in the wilderness, a place where they're making this stuff. And basically, he wants you to take it out, bring all the stuff you can back to him, and essentially like let them take over the operation. Basically, is what he wants.
So he places the gold on the table.
Yeah, he places half the gold he was going to pay you guys for the job on the table. And he says, just a show of good faith, you all proved yourselves in the dirt, I think, and we would like to take care of these new protectors we have.
I'll go grab the gold and kind of heft it.
He's kind of like
saw what.
He's kind of like looking at Nirnām the whole time he's saying this. Like he's almost not even talking to you.
Fine. You saw what just happened in the dirt, but you still want to deal with this nonsense. You think that was the end of... There's going to be more coming.
Yeah, him and Nirnām trade knowing looks. And he says, understood. Well then, sounds like I have more work to do. Better make sure my devils are prepared.
I pocket the gold in front of him.
Yeah, that's what it's for.
Like, not giving this back just because.
No, this is like half show of good faith, half payment for a job that you might not have time to do anytime soon.
But did he give me the details of if we do decide to do it, like where?
Yeah.
Or at least general idea of where?
We could just say he goes over them with you now, just as a reminder. Like in case you've forgotten, there's this operation that's bringing in Dream Lily.
Oh wait, does he say Dream Lily?
I don't know. It's not Dream Lily. It's a fungus. It's a fungus that the people are bringing in, and they just want to shut it down.
I was gonna say if it was Dream Lily, then I would be the perfect double agent.
Right. If you aren't already.
Yeah.
No comment, huh?
And he says, well, that is all I have for you. And he looks around and he says, the place does look nice. I think it has a certain character to it now. He says, you all are doing a good job here. You should stay. And he stands up and he says, he just kind of like bows to Nirnām and he just goes, Nirnām. And Nirnām like lifts up his cup of whiskey and he goes, Rifa. And then Rifa walks out of the place. Any devils hanging out inside would follow with him.
Alduin just never comes back.
Do what?
That was...
Alduin is just like gone.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I didn't know if you guys were going to like legitimately start a fight with them or not, but you didn't.
It.
So
as they're leaving, Claes is probably gonna look to Odayn. Quick, remember the supplies in the back that he left? The ones that we didn't redistribute?
Yes.
Go out, hand those to him, and I'll take something in return.
Wait, is the performance done already?
It's about to be done.
I figured that we were. I
Right.
figured that it wouldn't be like constant performing.
Have like
I
a
don't know.
like a
Maybe
nap
we're
or
still performing.
something.
it's
I didn't know
fine.
if we were doing a couple songs or
We-
all night or.
We can say
They
it's
gotta
like
take water breaks.
yeah, we can say we could go either way with this. Like it's a break between songs, or like an intermission, or like
Right.
it's the end of the show. Like it's up to you guys.
Let's do an intermission and then step out and
Come back to it.
redistribute wealth.
So the plan was to steal from Rifa, is that right?
No, from
No, from
Elduin.
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 Oh, okay.
Because Claes heard from Odayn that Elduin was an asshole.
And Tim knows that Alduin has a certain amount of stuff on him.
And a mirror that he probably wants.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, I'll let you settle this. They're both your characters, so you make the rolls. If you're going to go out there and, like, try to mix it up with the devils, I mean, you might be in trouble if you get caught.
He's pretty
Like you
confident
could
in
be
not getting
caught.
caught here. So he'll wander out.
And grab. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I see him leaving?
Yeah, you see Rifa
I mean, he's
leave.
probably.
Yeah. Or, oh, you see Claes. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, Claes isn't being stealthy about walking out there.
Okay.
He's not trying to act sneaky.
If Odayn is following, I'll establish the mental link with Odayn.
Well, no, Dane's gonna go to Aang first to grab the stuff,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
and then once he's gotten the stuff from him, he'll probably go follow Claes.
Yeah, Elduin. Claes will try to catch up to Elduin outside and say, "Hey, I heard that you might have left some things in a room, and it looked like someone got in, but we have some of the stuff left that we can bring out to you. Odayn is getting it right now, so wait here." And then
Day goes out.
Elduin says, "Got into it? Here, let me roll
I love this.
deception."
yeah. I love watching two people talk to themselves, even though I do it all the time as a DM. But... Ooh.
So I guess Elduin believes it. And then
We gotta
he'll
roll.
say,
Oh, okay. Is that insight?
"Oh, that
from
the
Elduin?
insight was from Elduin. I
Oh,
just
okay.
clicked it on the wrong sheet."
Okay.
Here's all the stuff that we managed to clear from the room. Hold on to it.
And then I'll take the bag from Odayn and say, "Here," and I go to put it over Elduin's shoulders. And then, since I have something to distract him, can I make the sleight of hand check with advantage?
Distract him also, just like
Yeah.
asking him
All right.
where he's been,
God,
what he's
this
been up
This
to.
is so dumb. Okay, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, you do it.
35. I'll use, I
What's
guess,
that?
I'll use Elduin's inspiration to get advantage on this.
Jesus.
I mean, you have to crit.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Hold on, let my army men fight my other army men.
No, he didn't get there.
Okay.
So how much do I steal from myself?
I don't know. How much do you steal?
I don't know how much I'd be able to get out of the 548 gold and 15 platinum.
I mean, potentially you'd just be able to cut off the coin purse, right? And like he just wouldn't notice. You just
Yeah, I guess I'll take the purse and pat him on the back. Yeah, try not to leave your things behind. Never know who could try to steal them.
Yep. Okay. Do you?
And then,
Take care.
well, we should get back to our show, Dane.
Yeah,
People are waiting.
We've got a expecting audience to entertain. So get back to whatever you're up to, and hope to never see you again. He says under his breath as he walks into the building.
So you didn't get the mirror? You didn't go for the mirror?
No, it was sold, remember?
Oh, okay.
Also, I don't think that he'd be able to pickpocket a mirror and hide it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, but a jingly coin purse, that's fine.
Yeah, like with 500 gold in it, thing weighs like 20 pounds.
Yeah,
Probably more.
No, you wouldn't notice that. Someone takes your backpack
Actually,
off
can
your shoulder.
I Indiana Jones it and leave my pouch of silver?
You're gonna steal from him and give him money?
Well, I'm gonna give him silver, so it's like way less, but
Much less
less
money,
chance he'll
yeah.
notice.
Yeah, sure, I guess.
Okay. I actually will leave a big chunk of silver. I'll leave about the same number of coins, so 500 silver.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, see, he
Redistributing wealth.
that's one way to put it.
As we walk back into the building, I like whisper to Claes, like, promise me you will never do that to me.
No, of course not.
Make a deception check.
Actually, persuasion. He likes Odayn.
Okay, all right.
That's not supposed to be advantage. So 16.
Am I supposed to do insight or am I supposed to do the persuasion?
I don't know. Do you believe him?
It's yeah.
Let's see.
It'd be insight for persuasion or deception. Yeah. Okay.
It looks like
Yeah,
I
he
believe
doesn't
it.
want to steal from you.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's do this. Let's another performance. Here we go.
Maybe about that time. I don't know. It's up to Ella, I guess. Do Orilyn and Melora come running down the stairs?
They're not running. They're probably just walking back down.
Okay.
Since they can't do what Orlin wanted to do.
What was that?
Which will get Oberon back. They have to go to the Feywilds first. Yeah, so I guess they could be walking down now.
Okay. All right. So you guys walk down. What's going on with the show here? You guys go up for round 2 of the performance, I guess.
Yeah.
Unless they still have Melora and Orlin stop them. Otherwise, we
Yeah. When
I
she
mean-
sees they're not on stage, she will she's staring at Odayn. And if he notices them, she'll wave him over.
Yeah, I think you're trying to be discreet and like wave them over, and Melora just walks right up to him and tugs on his sleeve.
direct about it. Because
Do
Odayn would not have noticed the waving over. Yeah, Melora, what's up?
We need to have a conversation. She points at Orlin.
Sure.
I'll pat Odayn on the shoulder. You talk. I'll cover the show for a bit.
All right, I'll be right back. And then I follow Melora over to Orlin. Melora said you wanted to talk to me.
Yeah. It's loud down here. Let's go upstairs.
Okay. Okay.
And
I follow.
she
wherever-
drags Odayn upstairs.
All right. I think maybe we stay with you guys for another minute or two here. Let's see how the scene goes.
Okay. She's gonna lead them both back into her room, and then she's gonna give Odayn a hug, and she'll say, "Apparently, hugging you means I'm basically hugging Lord Oberon."
I
And
don't get it, but he'll hug her back.
Melora says, "I remembered something, Odayn. Something I left with you."
Oh yes, that I have it. I don't know how to give it back to you, but I'm sure if you remember, you can grab it from me.
She says, "We need it back for Oberon," and she's like looking at Orlin, like they're standing side by side and facing you, so you're just like looking back and forth between the two of them.
Yeah, Orilyn will pull out the orb that's in her care, and she'll say, "So apparently this is Melora's, and I'm holding on to it until she can give Oberon's." Is this a heart?
This is a what?
A heart?
Are Are you asking Melora or?
Yeah.
She shrugs and then she like she's thinking about it and then she nods. Like, yeah, that's probably what it is.
So they traded for safety, I think, and she put Lord Oberon's in you, and Lord Oberon has just always carried hers until he gave it to me.
She says, it was a backup plan. Like a trick in case something went wrong. And I think it worked out for both of us.
And so
Keep it safe, and I mean, I'm sure it's still safe because I'm not dead. I'm not sure how safe it is because it's sort of inside me, but I'm sure you know what to do, right, Mora?
She says, oh no, I could have gotten it out of your corpse.
Oh, well, I mean, that could work too, but can you get out of me alive?
She, make an insight check.
I'm doing a lot of those today. Let's see.
Let me see here.
Nice.
Oh, that's not bad.
Deception is charisma?
Deception's charisma, yeah.
Oops, that's a hole.
What is it?
I rolled it in private, but the stream sees it. She rolled a 1.
nice.
So here's what happens. She kind of like scratches the back of her head, and she's like looking up and kind of squinting. Oh, thanks, Unrooted. And she says, I definitely remember exactly what I'm supposed to do. Probably no side effects.
I think we should wait. We have to go to the Feywilds and go to his palace, in order to bring him back anyway. So I think we can wait to try to get it out of Odayn. Maybe you'll remember a safer way.
Nirnām appears in the room.
What?
Yeah.
Just appears?
There's a flash, and like the sound of thunder. Let me see here.
Wasn't I just talking to him?
Yeah, like he held up a finger in the middle of the conversation. He just went like shush for 1 second, and then he just vanished. Like, and this time it looks like he did it intentionally because there's like a big echoing kind of like thunder sound that spreads throughout the place. It kind of fits. It kind of fits in with the music. Like it's like the timing of it's kind of weird, but there's still like a few people who stop and turn around and like see what's happening. They don't see anything. Like it doesn't like burn anything around him or anything like that.
Because she's gotten annoyed with people coming into her room without permission in the past, I think Orilyn's knee-jerk reaction is to blast them with an Eldritch Blast.
Take a shot. I mean, you can try.
Can we get a short rest by now?
They both miss.
Okay.
So he appears, and then you fire off the Eldritch Blast. Maybe you blow some chunks out of the wall.
Does it hit any of the plants?
Please tell me it puts holes in her wall. After all of her work with that lock.
Random luck, does it hit any plants?
Hang on. Let's see. First of all, let's check.
She usually aims for heads, and I think the plants are lower than the head, so...
Hang on. We gotta figure out if you blow holes in the wall here.
Vash takes off upstairs.
Okay, roll damage for both of them. You hit the same place or two different places?
She's aiming for his head, so...
So, yeah, the same place. Yeah, you blow a huge hole in the wall.
Yes.
Because the wall is wood, so it has a 50... Let me make sure. losing a structure hit points.
Take that.
Yeah.
If the audience
Oh,
like
wait.
looks up a little bit frightened,
yeah.
Claes will be thinking for a moment and then say, "Probably just one of those new explosives light shows that they've been talking about lately. Nothing to be worried about." And then I'll keep playing.
Okay, so
Um,
Vash goes running upstairs.
And Orilyn starts yelling at the guy like, I don't know who you are, because she wasn't actually paying attention to their conversation. But it's very rude to just show up in a lady's room unannounced and without permission.
He looks a little defensive. I mean, he dodged him with very little effort, but he bows and he says, my apologies. I'm not here to cause problems. I simply wanted to let you know that I have a way to get you to the Feywild."
Oh,
That's useful, but you could have knocked.
how do you know we're trying to get there?
He says, I don't knock.
Well, you should learn.
And he sort of bows to Melora, and he kind of smirks at Odayn, and then he teleports out of the room. He disappears.
Vash looks through the hole right now.
Yeah, and then that's when Vash shows up. That's right. So there's like a clap of thunder and a flash, and he's gone again, and he appears back downstairs while Vash like shows up to the hole.
How's going on here?
Your friend is very rude. Teach him some manners.
Did he do the point at the hole?
Yes.
Melora says, "Wait, no, he didn't."
Yes, he did.
She rolled a 20 on.
Oh, sure. Why not?
Melora's like, "Wait, maybe he did."
God damn it.
I mean, she's not very good at insight either. Let's see.
Well, she knows that he
Oh,
did.
dang it! I did.
Wait, no.
She rolled a but she knows, but she's also kind of naive still, and
I think he's rolling.
She
He's
rolled a
rolling to
10.
see if she'll go along with what Orlin's saying, or if she'll keep saying, but he didn't.
I think she just keeps quiet. I think she just doesn't say anything else.
Kind of handiwork. Also, not my friend, just for the record. I'll wander back downstairs.
Yeah, he's sitting there in the same seat, smoking a hand-rolled cigarette.
I'll come up and sit down with him and talk to him here in a minute.
All right. What do the rest of you upstairs do?
Orlin will.
Go ahead, go first.
Oh, Orlin will turn to them after Vash leaves and say, "Well, I guess we have a way to get to the Feywilds, maybe."
Odayn's gonna look around the room, and he's gonna sort of assume that Nirnām was listening in on their conversation this whole entire time. And he's gonna say, "If you have a way to get us there, can you pop back in here and let us know?"
No, don't pop back in.
And then-
Come knock on the door.
And then he waits a minute.
Doesn't even take a
Yeah,
second. Like as soon as you say it, as soon as you say it, he appears in a flash again.
Bash is
And-
just getting downstairs, and all of you here, mother.
He's running back and forth. And this time he's holding a hand-rolled cigarette in his hand, and he doesn't say anything. He just tips his white bamboo rice hat at you.
Those aren't allowed in here.
So you are listening to us. Well, if that's the case.
He kind of sighs and he says, "I just have good hearing."
All right. Well, could you tell us what you know and help us out?
He says, "I do have a way to get you to the Feywild. The problem is going to be getting back.
Well, what is your way? And maybe we could reverse engineer it.
He says there is a spell. I know it.
Is it similar to what you've been doing, just popping in my room?
He shakes his head. Different spell.
Odayn sighs and he like looks at Orilyn. It's like, this guy is very bad at coming up with direct answers for us.
I don't know if I could trust somebody who can't be direct.
Nirnām, if it's a spell, would you be able to teach me so that I could be able to do it on the way back?
He says I don't think you're currently capable of learning this one, Odayn. No offense.
Oh, right. Well, if maybe Melora?
He looks over at Melora and he like his gaze kind of hovers on her for a moment. She seems a little bit uncomfortable. Like she can just feel him looking through her, and so that lasts for a few seconds, and then he shakes his head. Don't think she can learn it. You may have to find another way back, but I will say this: if you are able to bring Oberon back, you may be able to stop these things from coming here.
All right. Well, we can always figure out a way to get back once we're there, I'm sure. We'll figure out the rest. What are you thinking, Orilyn?
I mean, the Feywilds is my home. If I can save it, I will save it. I might not even come back. Unless Lord Oberon wants me to, you know.
I mean, don't forget, there's the flesh. We have to get rid of it unless you want the flesh to overtake the Feywilds as well.
That's true. We'll see what Lord Oberon says.
All right. Well, why don't we take the rest of the night to rest? I have performances to go do downstairs. Nirnām, would you be able to prepare your spell, and maybe we can do it first thing in the morning?
He nods. He says, let me see here. Let me take a look at the spell one more time. He says, how many will you be taking?
We have to figure that out. Can I estimate around how many is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people? Give or take?
He nods. And he says, I cannot go. Work has to be done here. Have to head to creation.
What's in creation?
He says, potentially the real attack.
Oh, so you're saying, do you need help with that? Maybe after we finish in the Feywild, we can go help you out.
He holds a hand up and he says, Hasn't happened yet, from what I understand. I would have been alerted by now. They must need to bide their time, or he kind of smirks and he says, I did send that bastard right back where he came from. He's probably stuck there for a while.
That's
Who?
good then.
He nods and he says, possible that the place I sent him is where you're going.
Oh, well then maybe we can finish him off for you. Whatever his name is, which
He
you,
nods.
I mean, you've been vague about that also.
He says, we just called them the liars. I suppose you can call him the lying king if you need a name that fits. Or he says, golden locust. Be fine.
Orilyn, he's saying that there are liars in the Feywild, and they're the ones
That's not
who
what
sort
he
of.
said. It's not,
That's,
not, he's
that's
talking,
what Odayn. That's what Odayn's getting from it.
not at
Obviously.
all what he was saying. He's talking about the mind flayers.
Right.
Yeah. He's calling them the liars.
Yeah,
Right.
but Odayn is not that.
I got that,
No.
but
Oh, okay,
Odayn is
okay.
saying that there are liars in the Feywild, and we should get rid of them.
All right. I mean, that's true. I mean,
No,
Doesn't
we've
that
got-
make up pretty much everyone there?
yeah, exactly.
Brain creatures that might look like people like me, but they have tentacle faces sometimes. And liars.
He says, the tentacles are always there.
Well, Seraphina said that it looked like something like me, and then it something changed and it had tentacles.
He says,
They are liars.
he just points at Odayn when he says that.
So if they're coming here, does that mean my home is already taken over completely?
There's he kind of sighs when you say that. He just and kind of squints, closes his eyes for a second, and he says, doesn't mean it can't be undone. The thing about the Feywild is time has a weird way of working there.
I know.
He nods.
Well, then that settles it. You take us to the Feywild, so we get rid of them. We save Oberon, and that's the next step before we go help you out in creation.
And he says, and I won't have to kill the Arcana.
Oh, then it's a
Have
win-win
to.
for everyone.
Have to and want to are very different things.
Right.
I don't get it. What's that? What?
What don't you get?
Why would you have to kill the Arcana?
He says to stop the flesh, the liars from taking it. Can't let them take it back.
Oh, right. Basically, he's saying since the Flash is taking everything, he just wants to kill everything instead of letting the Flash take it. It's not exactly the best point of view, but I mean, what can you do?
He says,
What we must.
what do you think happens when the flesh consumes a god, let alone something like an Arcana?
Enlighten us. What happens? Has it happened before?
He says, Perhaps. Well, not one of ours. There was another at a time. He says they absorb its power. And because they're a symbol in our world, that means it gets a foothold in heaven. If it takes an Arcana, there's no stopping it then. The whole garden is corrupted. The fountain, everything, souls, all consumed.
Wait,
Do you know-
just out of character, real quick. Does that mean that the mind flayers are in cohorts with the flesh? Are they in like?
I don't know, does it?
I mean, one of the mind flayers was the Herald of the Flesh.
Yeah, he was the Copper Herald of Flesh, right?
Um,
The one that you guys fought. So, yes, you're definitely getting what I'm laying down. Perhaps there's a thing with. Remember, the Flesh has always been doing all this psychic weird stuff.
I said this earlier. Mind flayer god. Elder Brain.
Ah,
I think Dan's picking that up. So, Nirnām, so are you saying that these liars, they're the ones controlling the flesh?
he has a look on his face like he's trying to choose his words carefully, and he says, hard to say which controls the other. Both have been around so long.
So if we get rid of one, that will weaken the other for sure.
Certainly, we kill these liars, these mind flayers. We perhaps slow the spread. Give us time to amputate the limb, if necessary.
Do you know if it's consumed any? I suppose it hasn't gotten any Arcana. Has it gotten any Primordials yet?
He says, it's consumed many primordials over the course of time. There used to be so many more.
Oh, by the way, Vash, Nirnām has offered to take us to the Feywilds tomorrow morning.
I caught the tail end of that. Do we really want another god in tow? Is that the first one we got is useless? No offense, Melora.
Well, you don't have to come.
Nirnām says, I won't be going with you. My
By the way,
path leads somewhere else.
these liars, since you said the one that Seraphina saw earlier was one, do they always dig up in big metal contraptions?
He he says, no, actually, that one is new. Never seen them fight this way.
Would they be copying it something?
He holds up a finger and kind of wags the finger like, yeah, you're onto something. And he says, I suspect they picked it up from something consumed by the flesh or a world that they consumed. They move from place to place, assimilating, taking the best of every world they devour, making it theirs. Advances, magics, these all become tools for them.
They take blood from people.
He says, perhaps.
What do they do with it?
He shrugs.
Orilyn's gonna pull out her lightning rod. Do they use these?
He looks at it and he says, no, these seem to be something similar perhaps, but different. He holds out his hand. Can I take a look at this?
Yeah, she'll let him.
Okay, he
Well,
grabs
you might not want to. Okay.
he grabs it and he disappears. No, he doesn't. Let's see here.
No, she's waiting for him to get shocked.
Yep. Same.
He's not going to try to use it. He's going to study it.
I thought.
I thought it was
like,
just touching it. Doesn't
Oh,
it?
that's
Yeah,
right.
she tried handing it to Seraphina at one
And
point, I
Vash.
think, and
Yeah,
yeah,
that's right.
and they
So
both got shot.
roll when his hand grabs it, roll the damage bullshit on him.
Nice.
I guess I had to click to attack and then roll damage.
That's fine.
Probably
Okay.
without the slashing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. 4 lightning. So he grabs it and there's like a jolt from the thing, and his arm kind of twitches, and then he just holds it back out to you. Are you gonna take it, or are you gonna like leave it in his hand?
Yeah, no, she's gonna take it back.
Okay.
And
I had to warn you.
she'll tell him that they said that only those of the blood can use it, so I guess you're not of the blood. You know, actually, I think this is a good way to test and see if they're liars or not.
He points to Vash and he says, "Has he tried holding it?"
I think
Yeah.
I tried, right?
I don't know. Did you?
I thought I did.
I think it was either Vash or Seraphina. It might have been Vash when we were first talking to them before they gave Orilyn one.
Mm-hmm.
I think they were handing one to him and he took the damage way back then.
Thanks.
So I don't know if
That seems
Vash would
familiar.
remember, except I think after Orilyn was gone, the others did let Vash like share memory or something. I don't remember.
He says, so it jolted you as well then.
I remember right, yeah.
He
Why wouldn't it? I don't have the pointy ears.
he kind of, we see him give Orlin like a knowing smile. Like when you say, "Why wouldn't it? I don't have the pointy ears." There's kind of like a look that comes over his face. But he dismisses it. Like he wipes, like the look is gone as quick as it came on his face. And he says, "No, I think he says interesting, it shocked you too. I think this was made for your blood specifically. Don't think you're actually related. Perhaps distantly. I suppose it's possible. But
Well,
The
the
hell are
ones
you
who gave
blabbering
it
about?
to me, the ones who gave it to me were handling it just fine.
he nods.
Oh god.
He says, they are somewhat related, like a house dog and a wolf, or better example, like he holds out his hands wide, like a anaconda and he like holds his hands close together, and a garter snake. Understand? Related but different.
Are you talking about me and the liars or me and something else? The ones who gave me this?
He says, not you per se, perhaps, but also, and he points to Vash. He says that's the one that's more so related to the liars.
Orilyn gives Vash a suspicious stare.
He says,
Don't get your tentacles twisted.
he says, they came to your world too, girl. He says, it's possible that you are related as well, but these ones that gave you this, they're different. No tentacles.
So I have a way to confirm if they're liars or not.
He said,
Just once it'd be nice if we met someone who knew something who didn't talk in absolute fucking riddles.
I concur, Vash.
he says, let's see, what's the best way to explain this to you guys? He says, the liars, they come from the future. Place forward in time. Originally, their kind traveled back to continue to consume. They're kind of like Time Lords, but this is like for real Mind Flayer lore. Like the Mind Flayers are from the future, and they travel
And they're
back.
going backwards in time. Yep.
Yeah,
They travel reverse time.
yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
2 hearts, 13 lives. This is gonna be rough.
Just wait till we get to the last 3 seasons. It's gonna be really rough. Okay.
There's gonna be the timeless child, and we're all screwed.
Oh God, the timeless children was so okay. I'm not gonna get into that. All right.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
I like this adaptation though. This is cool.
And he says, they, I suppose at one time or another, they were something different. They were a beautiful race. Some of them were sent to different worlds. They used to spread across all worlds. The influence of those worlds changed them each. Their kind were particularly suited for adapting on new planes, new worlds of existence. They found a place that was foul, a place far out away from all the other realms. It changed them. And now they are these liars, these mind flayers, a pestilence. But not all of their cousins are the same. Most are dead. They've seen to that. But there were a few, like the Kalishtar, who survived for a time. And some of them escaped here. Some of them found refuge in other places, like your home. Some of them found refuge under the ground. Again, they changed. Skin darker, hair lighter. You know what I'm getting at. Wolf knows where I'm going with this,
Yes.
I think. He says, but though they may look different, at one time they were all the same.
Orilyn's just looking at him lost. She's not sure.
Do you guys as
What?
players know what I'm saying?
I totally
I-
get it.
Wolf, can
Yep,
you
Vash
explain
is
it?
the master.
Can you
You're
explain
talking
it to
about
them?
elves and drow,
Yeah.
right?
Elves, Drow,
Yeah.
Kalishtar,
Yeah.
Mind Flayers. I mean, they're
But
all
also elves turned into mind flayers.
Yes.
Orilyn thinks she can't decide if he's talking about the ones that she encountered that gave her the lightning rod, or if he's talking about the liars. So she's just all confused.
He said that the ones that gave you the lightning rod may have been different. He doesn't know them.
May have been cousins, but not the same.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So like maybe they were drow, or
They were adapted to some other type of thing.
yeah, they were just from a different world than these mind flayers. Right? Like, so we've never officially seen a mind flayer in blue, right? We've only seen them. We know they were mind flayers. We've only seen them in copper and gold. And there was that weird bronze thing in the or brass thing in the B team Claret Wellspring.
Yeah.
But it wasn't mind flayer. It was like another monstrosity thing. But
Crazy
it
thing.
also projected
I've
itself as an elf.
noticed that all of the ones that we've confirmed are bad are in metallic,
Mm-hmm.
and all the ones that that might be good are the chromatic.
Yeah, it's like backwards.
The opposite of dragons.
Yeah. That was intentional. But yeah, also like the weird thing with like when you fought the Copper Herald, it's like they built their machines to, or at least in that guy's case, he built that machine, or that machine was made, I should say. I don't know if he built it, but it was like made to like impersonate the power of a dragon. I mean, it was technology, but it fought like with the ferocity of a dragon, and they're all dead.
Not that we would know that.
Yeah, not that you would know that, but Nirnām does. He does. He just haven't shared it with you yet.
Well, that's gonna happen.
Yeah. So it's like maybe they're doing something that lets them do that, or they're just trying to impersonate the most powerful beings in creation, and they do that by building these machines to like let them be like the metallic dragons, or they also like make themselves look like elves. There's nothing about them that is themselves. Everything about them is a lie. That's the whole shtick with the
Makes sense.
with the liars.
So Orilyn's just gonna start using her lightning rod to detect if they're actually of her a liar or of her blood.
That's a good way to do it.
So you're trying to say that Orilyn is one of those things that spread across the whatever.
So are you, technically. It's possible that you are their forebears, I suppose, in a way. Their parents, even.
You as in me.
He nods.
Wait. We're the ancestors of the ones that are attacking our home.
He holds up a hand like, whoa. He says, I'm not saying that I know this for certain. I'm saying that it is a possibility. Time works different in other realms. These things are from the far future ahead of us.
So if they kill all the ancestors, then won't that make them disappear?
Good point.
It is a good point. He says, what's that movie they just came out with? What's his
Or
name?
is this
Oh,
a different kind of time?
What's that movie called? Just
Where
War
half
After
of it's moving
Tomorrow or something like
backwards.
that.
Yeah, it's kind of like
Tomorrow War.
Tomorrow War. He goes,
that.
yeah. He goes,
Haven't
have you
seen
ever?
it yet.
He goes, have you ever seen the Tomorrow War? No.
See,
It's
what?
like Benjamin Button, kind of.
He goes.
You heard of that?
He goes. Yeah, Benjamin Button. He goes. He goes. He says that would make sense. But time is a very complicated thing. For all we know, it creates a separate timeline entirely. Has no effect.
So listen, if these things were initially spread all across, and you and the Arcana or whatever cleared them out of the garden, this place, doesn't that mean that you've gotten rid of basically Orilyn's ancestors?
And yours. Maybe.
Right. But
well,
if that's true,
ancestors, offspring.
Right. Yeah, but if that's true, why do you think the tower, one of the Arcana, would choose one of supposedly this kind?
He says, you don't understand. It's not about this kind or that kind. Not really. Humans create prejudice. We didn't when we established the wheel or heaven or the Arcana even.
I
One
think you did
example
because
is
you kicked the
Orilyn.
primordials out.
Orlin's rod of racism.
That's the new name.
He says he says
Orilyn will accept that.
he says you act like with the primordials being kicked out that there were that it was a choice, that it was people being harmed, but the truth of the matter is these things are forces of nature. These things cannot help but to come into conflict with one another. And they still exist. We tried not to destroy them. Aed perhaps was shattered to pieces, but for the most part, we left the ones intact that we could. He gestures towards Melora. And he says, this one doesn't serve heaven, and I have no issue with her. He says, the primordials that were punished, we had no other option. They left us with no choice.
What did they
Go
do
ahead.
exactly?
Aed threatened to burn the world and would not stop trying. Others,
Isn't that
Well,
what you're trying to do right now?
Yeah, that doesn't sound familiar at all.
I am trying to avoid it. I do not
Okay,
take the task of civil war with the other Arcana lightly. This is not something that I hope to accomplish. I am trying everything I can not to make that happen. He pulls up his shirt and he shows like the stab wound that still hasn't healed, and he says, I'm still being punished for not being able to kill that thing. Sometimes bad things that happen, it's just the way the world works. All we can do is do what we can to make it better. Sometimes that means eggs have to be broken. Things have to be destroyed. Other times it means if you choose to banish something instead of destroying it because you know you can't, you'll be forced to suffer for it until the tower says enough.
I think we're going to be the ones that end up suffering for it if we have to now clean up your mess.
You were born
Just saying.
for it. And you walk the path. You all suffer. There's nothing I can do about that. Anyone who follows the tower does. That is what the tower brings in its wake. When I say that trouble follows me everywhere, that's not a joke. I've served the tower for thousands of years, and it's been constant suffering. But we
Once I
suffer.
come in,
We take it, we endure it, because we know that we can use it to make something better. That we suffer so that others don't have to.
once I come in, can I lay a hand on him and cast Cure Wounds?
You can. The wound doesn't heal all the way up. Like he's at full HP.
Okay.
Like
I figured it was worth a try.
the tower wants him in pain right now. Because he didn't do his job. He failed. Even though he saved the city by getting the gold guy out of here, he failed. And that's what's been eating at him this whole time. That's what's been bothering him.
Yeah. Worth a shot. That's what you get for indenturing yourself to someone. Now you can see why that doesn't particularly interest me.
He says, I do understand that. And like I told you, we don't all choose the path. Sometimes the path chooses us.
The path can go fuck itself.
Are you going to be taking any more levels in Cleric, Vash?
No, maybe.
I mean, he says, the thing about the path is it's who you are. It's in your nature. It's a part of your makeup, your soul, whatever you want to call it. You can't fake it. You have to either be it or be nothing. There's no in between, I suppose. There are those who are closer than others and further along the path, and that's just where they stay. But if it's who you are, it's who you are. There's nothing you can do about it. You can hate who you are if you want, but you'll just be wasting time.
Wasting time is this conversation. Back to the matter at hand. You're not going with us to the Feywild? God, I guess I'm going.
Can't go.
Why? Let me guess, you'd be too useful if you did that.
Have work to do here. There are certain rules that people like me and Rifa have to follow. Though I know the way to get there, I am not allowed to go. That's your
And
job.
we're also on our own on the way getting back.
He raises an eyebrow. Most likely, there may be a way I can help with that. Though I can't go there directly. Let me see here. Let me take a look at his sheet.
If all goes well and we bring back Lord Oberon, he sent me back here when I went there, so maybe he could bring us all back.
It is certainly possible. There are
If we bring him
ways-
back with this thing, is he going to be at full power?
Should be.
Maybe then.
May look different than what you're used to, Orilyn.
Everyone starts looking like Tim. It's just the default body for everyone.
He says, though I can't go there directly, there are ways for me to reach out across the plains. Expect me to be checking up on you.
And how are you going to do that if time works differently? I'm so confused.
He says,
Maybe he'll just keep sitting at the table like he's been doing the last 3 days and just pop up a little window.
Being super useful.
I mean, he does have there is a very high, very, I mean, you might say the highest level spell that would allow him to reach across the plains and communicate with you without going there directly. But as far as the whole time thing, like the time thing doesn't take effect until you guys try to come back. Like while you're in, theoretically, the way it's supposed to work, I don't know if it actually does work like this because shit with the Feywild's weird, y'all. But the way it's supposed to work is that time, like let's say you have person A who's in the material world and person B is like friends with them but goes to the Feywild. They would like theoretically experience time at the same rate. It's just that when the person tries to come back from the Feywild, there's a chance that they arrive at a different time than when they should. So I mean, I can show you the roll table, and we can talk about the ways that theoretically would make traveling into the past possible, and therefore break the entire world. But I mean, just time is weird. Okay, like let's not get too hung up on time. All right, we'll figure it out. We'll do it live.
Hey, if we come back and we come back in time, we could come back like
I mean, there's a chance.
before
We are
Toontown
the
Town
Arcana.
was destroyed.
Yeah.
I'm gonna,
Yeah.
I think that's already being set up.
I mean,
I'm not stupid. I noticed stuff.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, there's definitely a possibility of that happening, and that's something I've considered since the beginning. I've also considered like you guys becoming your own version of the Arcana. Like if the Arcana was to get destroyed, what symbols you guys would be that sort of like filled in the gaps.
Yeah, it's a wheel. It's it refreshes itself.
So like, let's say all their Arcana get wiped out. Well, if we just replace them with 23 different symbols that could basically be the Arcana, then we still have a Arcana. They all may be different, but it's it's
That's gonna be so many NPCs.
It's so weird.
There's only 4 of us.
I hope we never have to go down that really weird road. But I mean, it's a possibility. But yeah, that's a whole weird thing. Like Vash's card, his Arcana card would be like the Shepherd of Fire. And I've thought about this for all you guys. Now the thing with Odayn is like it's a little weird because he might actually just be an Arcana. Like, I don't know. So that's something we'll have to figure out. That's what improv is for. But yeah. There's like a bunch of weird stuff that can happen there.
Oh man.
But yeah, so like
it makes sense for them to be confused about the timey-wimey stuff in character.
Yeah.
Because it is confusing.
Mechanically, I'm not going to let you guys arrive in the past, I don't think. There's a roll table we're going to use when you try to come back from the Feywild, and it's entirely possible that you guys arrive years and years and years and years and years after you left. But we'll cross that bridge if and when we get to it.
Dude, does he intimate that?
I mean,
does he let us know that that's a possibility?
No, he's not going to tell you that. No, he's not going to, because he won't do it. Like,
do I have? Yeah, no.
He needs you guys.
Do I have reason to ask him that or suspect it?
I don't know. Do you?
He mentioned that time moves differently.
Here's the thing.
He hasn't mentioned which way it goes.
Wouldn't Orilyn kind of know, though?
Probably.
Well, you have never been away from the Feywild before, right? So time
no, but
normal until you left.
Most Fey know more of where like the fairy circles are to enter and exit.
Yes. Also, there's this. Orilyn came from the Feywild to here, then went back to the Feywild, then came back to here. There was no time difference for you. Granted, you did it all through the flesh.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. So, I mean, you did know that. I didn't make you roll anything. We just did it. So, I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. Hey, maybe if you guys want to make sure you come back through the flesh, we can make sure there's no timey-wimey bullshit.
I'm fine with that. I can saint stride.
I remember where the tunnel is.
But
and there'll be a saint here for me to stride to.
This isn't going to be like some one episode in the Feywild bullshit, okay? We're going to do like a serious Feywild arc.
Oh, man.
Like, you guys are going to be there for a little while.
Do we want to deal with the bandits first? Or do we want to go to the Feywild first?
Yeah, we should probably. Well,
I think the Feywild is more
they'll
pressing.
be 80 years old when we come back.
Yeah, they'll be dead of old age.
Or the flesh.
Well, we better get the second half of the payment now.
Or, like, you guys get back and the world's been taken over by the flesh, right?
Right, exactly. We come back and we just land on flesh, and around us is flesh, and above us is flesh.
And if that's the case, then it'll basically turn into the campaign I wanted to do. I almost did.
God.
Back when you guys took on the Avatar of Flesh thing at the Brainstealer Dragon. So what I was gonna do there, I didn't know you guys were gonna stomp its ass so easily. Was like maybe you guys had to run or something. If you failed that encounter, the whole world would have been taken over by what is just going on in the valley or whatever now, that bloom of flesh. That would have been the entire planet if you guys didn't kill that thing. And
You
I was just
know
gonna do
that's-
like flesh. We're in the flesh. Like this is just until you guys die, like, or whatever. You know, like I'll figure it. I was gonna figure it out from there, but that was where I was gonna take the campaign there.
Or Timothy wouldn't be alive yet.
Yeah, depending on how far back we go.
Yeah.
There's one thing that I want to do before the session ends, though. When Odayn shows up back down below.
I want to get you guys to teleport before the session ends. To like cross the orbital planes. That's what I want to do. That's where I wanted to end the session when we started.
We kind of derailed it with out of character chat.
I
Yeah,
have
yeah.
so much more stuff to ask.
So what do you guys think? You want to just end it here? Like if this is tense, like talking about how we're gonna get to the Feywild, or you want to like go push a few more minutes to see if we can actually get you guys there?
I don't see us getting there tonight.
I mean, you guys just gotta like take a long rest and prep. You're leaving in the morning, right?
But there's so many roleplay opportunities
Yeah,
during the
there's-
festival. I think Seraphina's waiting for that
There's-
one guy to show up.
There's also the possibility. Oh yeah, I forgot about the guy. He was actually you saw him with the devils.
No.
Knew it.
Seraphina looked over and he just left.
Yeah, right. Maybe. So what I was gonna say, there's also the possibility with traveling back from the Feywild that you arrive just a few minutes after you left,
Right.
even if you stay there for like months.
But is that a chance we want to take? Is Oberon really worth the chance that we come back and everything is already taken over? One primordial is
If-
worth that?
If Vash asks that, Orilyn immediately says yes.
Yeah, Vash doesn't listen to her for logical answers.
Nirnām says
Also-
it's not just about Oberon. If we can take the Feywild, as you called it, back, we can cut them off from being able to come here.
That doesn't solve the thing that's already here, though, right? That's
right?
here to stay.
Takes care of one of the problems in our plates, and it will weaken the other thing that's already here.
There's lots of ways to go about doing that.
Do you know any?
Well, sure as hell find one.
He says, I'm a servant of heaven. I've been alive over 10 millennia, and I don't know any other way.
And this is what the temple or whatever they think that this is a good idea. This is our best shot.
Well,
That's what they're telling you.
yes. For now. Really, all they're telling me is that you all are our best shot. That you all were born to handle this.
Yeah. Best shot means that there's a chance at failure. So I think we ought to use our heads and think it through.
There's always a chance.
We still haven't even gotten her powers back, and I'll gesture to Melora. She's still just a limp fish.
Well, I think if we bring back Lord Oberon, that it would help get her powers back.
Maybe, but again, that's still only 2 primordials, 3 if you count the forgotten one. And you said this thing devoured how many before?
How many? What?
Primordials. He said that it devoured many, right?
It's devoured many, yeah.
Yeah. So, whoa, whoop de fucking do.
I think,
Vash is not so. Sorry.
Orilyn just looks at him and is like, well, like I said before, you can always stay here.
Melora casts a spell.
Oh boy. She finally got offended.
I mean, she's just trying to prove that she can do something, right? Let's see here.
Look, I can do this. Tidal wave hits the inn.
How does this work with primordial water here? It's an elemental. So she summons like some kind of elemental water. What's the CR of the creature?
I think it's like 5 to 8.
I think it might be more because she has conjure elemental too, and that's like CR5 or something like that.
Oh no.
When
The
Vash
NPCs are getting NPCs. They're multiplying.
It's don't worry, it's not like it's permanent or anything.
Soon Yushu's gonna have a pet, and that pet's gonna summon a pet.
Oh, he is definitely gonna have a pet. I have words to say. But
He'll eat it.
when Vash sees this, he just says, "Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me! Where was that earlier?"
She says, "I only just remembered how to do it." It's just like this water, this amorphous like water entity that's just like, it's just like hanging out in the room, and it starts like let's see, it receives experience and everything. All right, whatever. It's there. Let's just leave it at that. I'll figure this out later. I just decided
So just start watering the plants.
Yeah, sure. That's a good way to. It starts doing like it's cleaning up, even though it's like getting everything wet, and it's just like being a mess. But it's
I
like
don't
doing stuff.
Want my bed wet? Oh, okay.
I would just like to turn to Nirnām and say, "Really, this is the world's best hope. We're fucked."
He says, "I said the same thing when it was my turn."
You had to deal with shit like this?
He says, "People like me, Raifa, Lapel, we were chosen too.
For what?
To protect the world.
From what?
Things like these liars, the flesh, founding heaven, all of it. We grew apart over time, grew wiser, became less of a motley crew than just less of a crew. But he says, you'd be surprised what can be done when a few different people come together and have a single goal in mind."
What is that?
He says, we held them off for 10,000 years. I think you can hold them off just a bit longer.
She's now thinking about something and being quiet.
Trying to see what would actually like summon with planar ally, like for a primordial, like what kind of elemental. Oh, it's not. Let's see here. I'm still like trying to figure this out. Oh, so she actually the creature just wait. Is that right? That's from Pathfinder. That can't be right.
You could summon a prince of the plane, which is like the highest form of the elementals.
Okay. He just like hangs out and cleans up and stuff. He does.
Oh,
Whatever.
he'd be pissed. He'd be under her control, but they generally don't like that.
Oh, okay. Well, he probably just hangs out there for a minute then. So
Kio's asking if we're gonna have a good stopping point soon.
I feel like you guys are like running into a brick wall here. So I kind of feel like we're probably gonna have to stop soon because I don't feel like I'm gonna be able to get you guys to keep going.
I just want to RP with the guy a little bit more before we end up going if we do.
Could we do something downstairs really quickly before the session ends, though?
Yeah.
Sure. Let's cut
Okay.
to downstairs. What's going on?
When Odayn walks in downstairs, Claes is now in the middle of a stand-up comedy routine. And he's standing on the stage, no microphone because they're not invented yet, but probably leaning over the kind of with his shoulder. There's a arm rested on the back of a chair. And he says, and when people always ask about what kind of humor we have there, you know, it's not too much different from here, but a lot of it's satirical. And he kind of looks at the audience. I don't know if any of them are laughing.
There's one guy who's laughing
It was
pretty
funny.
hard. Okay. All right. Yeah, it was funny. It was funny. They all laugh. Except for
I just
Avatar.
I had to stop myself from booting you from the channel, Tim. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
And then he looks over to Odayn. And here's the second half of the act. And then he pulls out his flute again and waves Odayn back towards the stage.
Yeah, Odayn's just gonna start playing again, and then whisper to him, "Sorry about that. Very important matters. I'll tell you after."
Claes nods and keeps playing.
All right. Do we want to end the session?
Oh
there?
boy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works.
All right.
Where is Seraphina? Is Seraphina up with us, or was she down in the common room?
She was getting a massage from Chai.
All right. Right on. Yeah. So just to answer a few things, Melora got a bunch of her memories back when she thought Odayn was gonna die. I gave her like a bunch of her stuff right then. So she is like a bit stronger. I mean,
Sorry in advance, Odayn.
It's all right.
but so just like tackle that shitting on Melora thing. She did almost kill all you guys when she first met you. Like there was that. So
Yeah,
whatever.
it's true.
But yeah, all right. Well, that's the end of the session. We'll see if we can get you guys to the Feywild maybe at the start of next session. It'd be all right. We do that. It might be a pretty good session. All right. Well, thanks for playing.
Question, Sam.
Yeah.
Did we get any more experience for the stuff after the break?
I was actually going to ask that too.
Yeah.
I'll first of all, I gotta give Tim 3 experience for that joke.
God, no, that encourages.
I should actually take away experience for that, but I'm gonna.
There you go.
And I'll give everyone else, including Tim, 3 experience for the just all the stuff that happened at the last half of the show. I know a lot of it was like us talking out of character about like what's going on. But yeah, I mean, just for how about we give Ella 3 XP for blowing a hole in the wall. I don't think we did that. And I'm gonna give Melora 1,000,000 XP for just being Melora and summoning Prince of the Water Plane or whatever bullshit that was.
You really don't like me shitting on her, do you?
No, I don't care. Like I don't even want to use her. If like to be honest, like I would be totally fine if she never did anything. Like like
Yeah, it's kind of a cheat. Like,
Yeah.
oh, we have a god on our side.
Yeah, like I definitely that's why I've handicapped her, is because it's a little ridiculous. I mean, she has 120 health and she like level 9 spells and shit, like or at least level 8 spells.
Do Odayn and I get XP for the robbery?
Yeah, I'll give you guys 3 XP for the robbery.
Was that +3 for Claes's joke?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure I have it all typed out properly.
And Nirnam's already level 20, so he doesn't need any XP.
Whoa.
I don't know.
I can take it.
He's not actually like a level 20 player character. I'm just messing with you. But yeah, all right. We'll see. I mean, I prepped a whole bunch of Feywild stuff early, so that's cool.
Nice.
I'll have
You
it
get a late
ready
week.
for next time. Wait, at least I don't have to prep anything between now and then. So that's nice.
That's right. Next week we're going to go to the bandits that you haven't prepared for.
Like next week, you guys are gonna be like, "All right, we're going to the Shadowfell." Like, wait, what? All right. Well, thanks.
Yep, we decided we're doing that whole Nine Hells
Yeah.
campaign that you had set up. You have that ready, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely got all the monsters built and everything. We're good.
Oh, also, we decided that we're fighting Tiamat.
Well, at least I do have that ready.
Sorry, a Tarask. That's what I meant.
Oh, a Tarask might be easier.
You could just say you're all dead. Go.
I mean, the Trask, a couple of us can fly and run away, and we'll be all right.
Yeah, the Tarask is actually pretty easy to deal with considering it's CR. Like, I mean, I know it'd be like
Yeah.
it would kill all you guys, but it's like the weakest like level 30 CR monster.
Yeah, I'd agree.
But all right.
Technically, you can beat it with caltrops.
Thanks.
And plant growth. Yes.
Yeah, totally. Just banish it. It'll be fine. Thanks for players. Thanks for watching, watchers. Unrooted, you're awesome. And we'll see you guys next week. If you enjoy the video, make sure you like, share, comment, and subscribe.